You never know when your time is going to come. To rise above the rest. To seize the opportunity. To be crowned a champion.
Every once in a while, you get one of those final tables that you say, wow. Tonight is one of those. Phil Ivey is all in.
All in.
All in.
All in.
All in. Yes, I call.
We're going down to the river.
The five of spades. It's over. Tony Dunn has done it. Pino Ream is now a two-time WPT champion. Phil Ivey has done it.
Mike Sexton done it.
Welcome to the World Poker Tour World Online Championships. I'm Jamie Kerstetter, alongside Tournament Director of the Year, Matt Savage. After 3 days of action, we're about to discover that we crowned our 6 Max Championship winners. We'll get the title, seat in the Mike Sexton Champions Cup. Hello guys, it seems like we're having a little bit of an audio issue, but welcome. We are at the 6 Max final table, $3 million guarantee. Waiting on Matt Savage to join the call. But in case you didn't hear the intro, this is a $3 million guarantee with $494,000 for first, along with a Hublot watch, a $15,000 Tournament of Champions seat, and a Baccarat crystal set. So a lot to play for here. Hi, Matt. Oh no!
Introductions. I just introduced all the players, but all right. We'll try that again. All right, Elier Sion had ace king here. He wins this pot. So from the bottom, we'll start again. Jack Gong started the day with $2,029,000. He's from Montreal, Canada. Also have Jake Schindler from Philadelphia starting the day with $7,153,000. Followed by Arseny Kartmaki, who's starting with $8,518,000, and he is from Russia. Nick Petrangelo is from the U.S., playing in Canada. He has $15,396,000. Patrice Brand, he is coming in on a $320 satellite. He is from Germany, and he's starting with $15,923,000. Also have Elior Sion in this table from the UK, playing with 17,045,000, and our chip leader also in on a $320,000 satellite, $320 satellite, 33,833,000. He comes in as our chip leader, and he's in hand right now with Nick Petrangelo, who has 2 8s. He raised $2 million and wins that pot. So hello, Jamie.
Hello. Welcome.
So
Nice to start with a little tech glitch.
Yeah, but that's all right. We're looking good. All right, so you'll see this is the 6 max final table from Party Poker, and we have a 3 million guarantee on this event, which we just, I think, came close to hitting, but almost 500,000 up top. So it's going to be an exciting day. We have nobody here that's in the Champions Club yet, so we're going to have a new champion coming out of this final table. And we know that Jake Schindler and Nick Petrangelo have been awfully close in the past, so they're looking for their first time to win a WPT title and put their name on the Mike Sexton Champions Cup.
Yeah, that's an elite club to be in, and I think WPT does a really good job of keeping that tournament really special with all the added prizes, and basically you just get to be in it for life too. I think makes it extra special.
Got to get you in there, Jamie.
I think I got 12th once. That's about as good as I've gotten.
All right. Plenty of time left. All right.
So they got 30-minute levels. This could actually take quite some time. It's the longest structure of an online tournament I've seen. Yeah,
you're going to see that they're starting the day fairly big at 250, 500,000, 62,500 on the ante, but 30-minute levels, and being 6 max, it should get a little deeper quicker as soon as we have a bust out or two.
Mm-hmm. And Arseni waking up with ace queen suited on the button. It's a good way to start when you're one of the short stacks.
And he'll win this pot. Yeah, so you might be wondering why the 6 max final table has 7 players at it. And that's because we combine the table at 7 when we have a 6 max tournament. That's so that one table doesn't have to play 4 and one table 3 when we're going to the final table. So it just makes it a little more balanced, a little more fair. Also give us one more person to talk about, which I like.
That's kind of an Alan Kessler rule, right? I couldn't imagine he would like to play 3-handed poker at any point.
Well, he doesn't make many final tables, so he doesn't get to see that. Just get to realize that as much as maybe he would like to. Right, not much of hands going on here, but we'll see what happens. Oh, so Artsy moves all in for 36 million with a Jack 3 of diamonds.
He's in such a great spot right now. He's shoving into 2 short stacks who have to worry about ICM when he just doesn't have to think about it at all. Just putting all the pressure on them. I think this is probably close to any 2-card spot. Jack 3 suited is definitely enough.
And he does win that pot. So the bottom payout here today is, let's take a look, is 70,000. So that is a big difference, obviously, from first place at 494,550. And that title. So when you have the big stack, you can push people around, that's for sure.
Let's see just how active he's going to be. I like this a lot. Like I said, he even the 13.7 million chip stack, he doesn't have to worry about it. He knows that Nick Petrangelo is going to be thinking about maximizing his profit in this tournament and waiting out some of these very small stacks. So Artsim can really get away with murder until a couple of these short stacks drop out.
And he does so right there, winning another pot with 10-9 offsuit. So not many good hands out there today so far. Saw 1 pair of 8s. That's about it so far. So.
Yep. So I want to talk a little bit about Artyom Prostack because we dug around a little to do some research on him to see if maybe he's a secret crusher with some online screen names that nobody knows about, which is still a possibility. But our Matt Clark does good research, and he did not find very much. He has live earnings of $2,914. He was a $320 satellite winner. And it looks like his biggest score was earlier in this series where he won a WPT Turbo high-low event for $22K. So he's just
Oh, that's
having an
nice.
amazing dream series.
Maybe he's somebody new that we need to look out for in the near future.
Could
That would
be.
be awesome. It could be an awesome story. All right. Art team now with the Queen 10. And he does raise again to 1 million.
Yeah, and that's a hand, if he folds, I think Jake Schindler may shove his fives. Not entirely sure. He might also be waiting out the very, very short stack of Jack Gong. But I wouldn't have been surprised if he took that spot. But obviously, after Artsium raises, it's not as palatable anymore.
And Artsium's going to win another pot here, increasing his chip lead to now over 40 million. So he's going to be leaning on people even more. But somebody's going to make a stand one of these times, that's for sure.
And he does. He lets the 7-6 off under the gun go.
Nice. How do you like this software? It's pretty amazing. I just
This is really
love
nice.
to see it. It's really beautiful. It really makes it easier for us, and it obviously makes it easier for the players. And it just looks exactly like a WPT final table set, which I love.
Yeah, this is really cool. I think that I think they're doing the best right now with what they can with the pandemic and everything. I don't like reading complaints about any companies right now because I'm like, I really think online poker has picked up a lot of the slack and given players what they want. You know, can't really match a live WPT final table online, but I think they're doing their best job.
So Eliar wins his first pot here at the final table with the Jack 6 of clubs. Yeah, for sure. I mean, you know, it's just, we've been so lucky with the World Poker Tour that, you know, oh, looks like we're going to a break.
Just take a look at the pay tables here. See that the
okay.
champion's going to take $494,550. All the way down to 7th place, which will take home $70,200. Still a really nice score for a 3K buy-in. They just had so many players. And I'm looking forward to that $130,000 heads-up match. How about you?
Definitely. I can't wait to see it. And hopefully we get some people there that haven't been there before. I actually love the fact that two of our players are in on a $320 satellite. That makes it really nice for me. Big supporter of satellite wins, and hope that we can see more of those in the future. All right,
That's
so
great.
we are back.
I do want to mention too that along with the $130,000 heads-up match, if that's not enough for you, first place gets a Hublot Classic Fusion titanium watch worth $7,500, a set of Baccarat tumblers, and then Party Poker's adding the 15K WPT Tournament Champion seats through Baccarat. So, you know, if 130K is not enough to make you excited, there's some more on the table as well.
Yeah, we talked about that a little bit last night with Matt Clark, and you know, we feel like there's a lot of players at this table that will not be willing to make a deal. So it's very potential that it will be played all the way to the end today. So we'll see. All right, so Patrice does raise with the ace-10 offsuit.
We'll see. It's a little dicey to be opening into the massive chip leader's big blind, but ace-10 off is just a good hand. They're only 7-handed, and he's in late position. So I just want to see how Artsium is going to deal with this. If he's just on his heater, full of confidence, if he's just going to punish anyone who's trying to steal his blind.
He does make the call here. And a great flop here for Patrice. Aces and 10s, 2 pair. Let's see how Patrice plays this one.
I like the flat from Artsium too. You don't have to just have your foot on the gas all the time. And also he knows that these middle stacks are going to have to play pretty straightforward post-flop against him to not jeopardize their position over the short stacks. So when you're being raised, you know you're being raised by some pretty strong hands. And then even when you're being c-bet into, you can usually give your opponent a pretty strong range because they're not trying to move themselves down to, you know, the under 10 big blind stacks.
Yep. So Patrice does win his first pot here at the final table.
I know the feeling well. I'm looking at Jack Gong's stack, and he's about to almost be all in the big, but sometimes there's just nothing you could do. I was watching some of the end of yesterday, streaming on Party, and really, sometimes you just can't really do much. You just limp into a final table.
Yeah, I mean, you love to make it. So, I mean, that's, one of those things. Sometimes you're just holding on, kind of like when it's in the money bubble, It's a streamed final table. People want to make those final tables. So Arseny does move all in with the 2 5s on the button, and he'll get this pot.
I like that. I mean, gutsy play by Arseny here, because really, Jack's about to be all in pretty much, having to call with any 2, and he still decided to go for it and pick up those chips instead of making a really conservative fold against the chip leader in the small blind.
All right, you're going to go with Arseny, and I'll go with Arseny. And then when the stream comes up live, no, we'll figure it out. So the stream, they'll catch us up. They'll tell us how it's pronounced. I'm sure he's got friends out there watching.
Yours sounds better. I think I'll go with Arseny. Okay.
Arseny. I'm not sure. But again,
it's why I never get upset when someone adds a bunch of letters to my last name. So I'm like, I know I butcher people's names. I apologize.
So Jack makes the call here. I'm not sure about that. He does flop top pair. He's going to have to go with this one, I'm sure. And there he goes. All in for 342,000, and Elior will likely make the call behind, which he does with the King Jack. But Jack looking to double up here with the 7 on the flop. And he's looking pretty good. Just needs to fade a king here, and does. So Jack Gong does to get the first double up of the day. And he's up to 3.4 million.
Yeah, that whenever someone calls like that and leaves themselves back just like a few antes, I just think, wow, they are so confident in their Wi-Fi connection.
Exactly. And Jack does have a pair of 3s in this pot, so we'll see what happens here.
Sam is just, I love watching someone in the dream spot like this, where they really can do no wrong. He can just raise with impunity right now, and really people have to wake up with big hands to combat it at all. Even Jack Gong has a pair on that tiny stack, and he can't jam because he knows he has no fold equity at all.
Right. Oh, there he goes. This is the hand Jack will get in. We know that. So he did. Folding the 3s was probably a good spot. We'll have to see what happens here. And our team does have the same hand he just had. So let's see if he makes the same bet here.
I think if our team folds, Jake's in a bad spot here with his 7s against aces. Having only, I wonder, it could save him. I would not fault Jake for going with this hand, knowing that Artyom is raising just so many hands. You're likely ahead of his range, and he does go with it, and he's just going to run into aces.
Wow. So Artyom, what will he do here? It looks like he probably priced into this one, right? Well, maybe not. So
no, I think you can just see how the range of hands Jack Gong is shoving there is just so small. It's so strong.
So the aces for Jack look good on the flop. Jake down to 2 outs, or he's going to lose a lot of his chips, become the short stack if he loses this one. It's a 4 on the river, and Jack Gong's aces do hold up. And Jake Schindler now the short stack down to 3.3 bigs with 1.7 million. Tough spot there for Jake. He made the right move at the wrong time, for sure.
Yeah, there's not a lot you can really do there. He knows that the people after him are going to shove really tight ranges because it's the chip leader opening, and then Jake shoving. They have to wake up with a hand, and it's just pretty unlucky.
Senny here does raise to 1 million with his ace jack offsuit. My least favorite hand, ace jack. Are you a big fan of ace jack, Jamie?
When you're 7-handed, it definitely looks a little bit better. It's nice too to get it under the gun actually here because you have to think that Arseni is going to just be opening pretty strong hands. He's blocking his opponents, waking up with aces or jacks, and like the ace king, ace queen type hands. So, I think it's a good open. It's likely to get through. It looks very strong to me.
Artsy under the gun, putting it to $1 million with Jack 9 of hearts. He's got no fear, that's for sure.
It's nice when no one can knock you out. What is there to be afraid of?
Right, exactly. Arseni lays down Queen 8 suited, so Artsium still taking full advantage of his chip lead.
Yeah, and just look how valuable it is for Artsium to just be opening a huge range of hands. When Queen 8 suited and the big blind is folding, it's just amazing for you. It's pretty much the Queen 8 is just afraid of hitting a pair they have to go with or some kind of combo draw and then having to get all their chips in before fading the smaller stacks.
Right. It's a very interesting dynamic on this table. You can probably understand that these guys do not want to put themselves at risk when a couple players are very short stacked here. Although Jack Gong is not very short stacked anymore, and they are just, I'm sure they're afraid of Jake a little bit. They don't want him to get a big stack here. They want to see him go quietly into the night.
Yep.
I wouldn't blame him.
I played with him a long time ago before he was a really big name. We just were playing a circuit event. And I just remember thinking, like, man, this dude is crushing everyone. And then it's a year later and he's playing 10Ks, 25Ks. It's like, that makes sense.
So Artsium does make the call here with 6-5, and Elior does have a flopped open-ended backdoor flush draw as well with the Queen Jack. And so I'm sure that Elior will continue here and probably get rid of Artsium with the 6 high. He does check it.
One reason to check is that you have such a great hand that it's a nightmare if you somehow c-bet and just get jammed on, and you have like an ICM nightmare to face there, right? So he's playing against the chip leader, decides to play it conservatively and keep the pot small. And he does somewhat get there on the turn and leaves Artsium drawing dead.
And that's why I'm a tournament director and you're a poker player. I really am not a pro, but I do enjoy, and I've seen, like I like to say, I've been to more final tables than anybody. There's nobody been at more final tables than me. No one.
That is true.
In the history of poker. All right, so we got Queen Jack here, but it is scary for Elior as there is a 4-card straight on the board, so king or an 8 would be a straight. And I think Elior might just take this pot right here and be done with it, but maybe not. And he does check it. And so he does take the pot.
You're hard on yourself. I think in general that hand is so strong. If there's no ICM implications and he's not facing the chip leader, you definitely want to get some money in there. You're going to be c-betting a lot versus a big blind defend also. I think it's only because of the situation, exactly this one, that I would think a check back is pretty reasonable.
It's an interesting spot where that second pair that he made there probably shut him down from making more money in that pot, for sure. Or attempting to make more money. Not sure Artsium would have put $1 in that pot with a 6 high, but you never know with Artsium. It's moving all in here. All right. So we make the call
Jake
here.
probably cannot believe he's that far ahead.
Wow, and a flush draw on the flop. Possible split pot here though. And there it is. He's made a flush. And so Jake Schindler is going to win this pot, double up. And that's not what everybody else at the table wants to see. They want to see these short stacks go out. They want to climb up that leaderboard. So I can just imagine what Nick Petrangelo is saying now. Come on, guys. Get this guy out of there.
It's not only that you want to climb the pay jumps, but you always want to get rid of Schindler.
I mean, I can't imagine.
Double up.
Yeah. Can't imagine how many battles Nick and Jake have had in the past, but it has to be many, many, many. So they probably know each other well. They're not in a real good position here to play at each other. So, if they do get that position, it'd be fun to watch, that's for sure. And Artsium continuing to put pressure on those short stacks with a king 7 and wins the pot from the button. All right, here's Jake's go with it hand. He's got 2 kings Let's see if Arseni does anything with this ace-8 off. And Artyom also with the ace-3. But I imagine we're going to see all of these chips go in for Jake here, and we'll see what happens in this hand.
Yep. I think Artyom's probably going to put in his 1 million chip raise and be committed to Jake's 2.9 million chip stack. Whoa, and he just lets it rip because he's only 11, what is that, 19 big blinds effective.
Right. Jake thinks about it for a second. I'm sure he's looking for other players to play this hand. So we'll see what happens. Ace-3 versus King for Jake Schindler, looking to double up. The flop is a straight draw for Artyom. A 5 would be a straight. An ace on the turn. Oh, boy.
Gross.
So Jake needs a king here, or he's going to be our 7th place finisher, and it comes a 4. We're going to lose Jake Schindler. That's too bad. He was on his way to building up a stack again, so he is eliminated. He takes home $70,000 for our 7th place finish.
You see the next payout will be $93,630. Nice run for Jake Schindler. He just is always in the mix.
All right, so we are down to 6 now at our 6 max final table. Next payout is $93,630.
And the rich get richer. Artyom just crushing the final table with 72 big blinds. He has almost the rest of the table combined. That's
and
nice.
Nick Petrangelo is aces here. So again, let's see how this hand plays out. Elior has raised to 1.2 with his jacks. So this is a spot where we may see Nick get all in, but I think he's still got room to raise here before getting it all in. We'll see what happens. This is a spot that we both can learn because Nick Petrangelo is a legend of the game. He's going to make the right decision. We can just sit back and watch.
Mm-hmm. He's one of my favorite coaches to listen to too. He released 2 courses on Upswing, and they're 2 of the best courses I've listened to.
Yeah, he does 3-bet it to 3.3. Let's see what Elior does with his jacks.
This is actually a really gross spot with jacks. You'd think, all right, he's only got 18 big blinds, so jacks are the best hand a lot of the time. You're only 6-handed, but you raise under the gun with a pretty comfy stack. You're in the middle of the pack, and then you get 3-bet from this tiny stack in the small blind. You have to start thinking maybe my jacks are not good here. Does Nick have any kind of like ace-5 suiteds or anything there to balance his range?
He did jam it, and now Nick has the aces. Elior is going to look at this hand and say, uh-oh, I'm in trouble. He needs a backdoor straight here, as Nick does flop a set of aces. So that's not going to happen. Nick Petrangelo is going to double up here in a big pot and send Elior to the short stack here with that one. Tough one for Elior there, who faces aces, and Nick Petrangelo makes aces full on the river when that king pairs the board. So Nick Petrangelo now more dangerous than before with 39 big blinds.
For sure. I wish we were at a live tournament right now, because I would love to ask Nick if he balances in that spot, or if he's just taking that free roll where he goes, I don't know, like maybe because Elior is known as Crazy Elior online. So maybe he does have some hands that are lighter that will shove over Nick's 3.3 million that maybe don't call his all in. Who knows? I think jacks get it in either way, but maybe there are some dustier hands in Elior's range that Nick was trying to bait.
Yeah, he did finish 4th at the 2017 WCOOP main event at Elior for $780,000. And I'm reading here that he also sent $52,000 to some random guy on PokerStars by mistake, which is a pretty interesting story.
Yeah, I'm gonna need a follow-up on that story. Did the guy send it back, or like did that propel that guy? Maybe that guy was Jake Schindler. He started playing more poker.
I've heard of misclicks, but that sounds like a pretty bad one.
Yeah. Back in the day, they used to have a thing. People believed if you sent a few pennies to certain accounts, it would give you good luck on Sunday. On 2+2, there'd be like, send 5 cents to Real Kid Poker, or any, like, they'd have a different
Right.
name every week. And so I'm thinking how funny that would be if the person just opens their account and they're like, I have $7 extra from 50 different people.
Yeah,
I
that'd be
think
great.
52K is a little much.
Arseni gets a walk there. So yeah, this is our third, excuse me, our second championship event here on the Party Poker Series. 100 million in guarantees in this series. Party Poker and WPT really doing it right with this series. And so this is our second of 5 big championship events. Our next one happens on the 15th. It'll be the WPT Knockout Championship with a 3 million guarantee and a $3,200 buy-in. I always love knockout events because I feel like there's more of a chance of me getting my money back. So I'm a big fan of knockout events. I can't wait to see that one coming up.
Yeah, I like them too. As freeze-outs are getting more and more rare, I like that the knockout events are generally just one entry. And it feels more like the old days, the old tournaments. I noticed, though, that the championship... Oh, sorry, go on.
No, that's all right. Patrice has his new favorite hand, ace 10 here, which he won a pot with earlier today, and now he raises it to 1.3 million. That might be enough to take this one. Yep. Jack Gong does lay it down. Jack Gong made the first final table here, Jamie. He made the first final table on the 8 max championship. So this is his second final table of the WPT championship. So he's having a great series as well.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive because the fields have not been small. So even making one final table is a big achievement.
Yes. And Elior's found a hand here. He's left himself a little bit behind. But he's made a big raise here, just about all in with his ace-king of hearts. And Artyom on the button with ace-8 off. Potentially could call with this hand, but what do you think? Should he make that call, Jamie?
We're looking at 3.6. It's pretty close. I think probably it's not a big risk to his stack. One thing to consider, though, when someone is extremely short and you are the dominating chip leader, sometimes letting that person hang around gives you an advantage because you get to put pressure on the middle stacks that have to wait that guy out. So there's a little more to consider besides just if he is plus chip EV in that spot.
And Elior does get that one through with the ace-king of hearts, so he's increased his chip stack. He's up to 8.3 bigs. And now Jack is looking for a hand to go with here, I'm sure. Not sure this is the one, but he is on the button. And now that Artyom has raised again, he will get that one through with a 10-8 offsuit. So Artyom not backing down here. I think that's doing the right thing.
Yeah, Artyom is showing us why we want to be aggressive with a few tables left in a tournament, because every once in a while, yes, you bust yourself sometimes running into flips and things like that, but when you don't and you get to amass a stack like this at a final table, look at how many free chips you get. You get to just raise everything, and a lot of other people have to worry about those pay jumps that you don't really have to think about.
So Crazy Elior pondering a call with a king-8 of hearts. He does make the call.
Elior has the least to lose here, and that's a really interesting flop action.
Yes, this is probably a hand where it's going to get all in. A check here, and Artyom with the straight draw, flush draw will probably move all in and put Elior to the test, but he has his 2 pair here. He does make a bet big enough to put them all in. So Elior with the kings and 8s 2 pair up against the straight draw, flush draw for Artyom, a 9 on the turn. And the river card's a 6. So Elior Sion does double up with his kings and 8s 2 pair. Pretty scary flop for Elior, but the kings and 8s hold up, and Artyom loses a bit of that chip lead.
Yeah, if you're Elior and you get it in on the flop, you're like, seriously, man? Because Artyom can just have so many different hands. He's probably going to shove a lot of flops and put the pressure on Elior. But, you know, the straight and flush draw helps.
All right, we got 10s, 9s, and deuces here. Jack does not know this, but both of the 10s are gone. So It's a all in for 5.3 million by Jack, and now Ellie are behind, probably thinking he may have a little rush going here after that last hand. What do you do with nines? That's the question. It's half your stack. He does make the call, and Arseni does fold the deuces. So we got tens versus nines. We know that Jack's tens are dead, but the nines are trailing for Elior. 5 on the turn. And a 5 on the river. And the tens will hold up for Jack Gong, and he doubles up. And he's out of the cellar now. Elior
trades
back.
places with Elior.
Yeah, Elior's back in the low chip stack with 8.5 bigs. These are the hands I love to see, where nobody really has anything, so we see what happens. But doesn't look like much. Looks like it's probably going to be a walk for Artsium, and it is. And he gets back over 40 million with that walk. So
frustrating
Artsium,
day for Elior, huh?
Yeah. So far. Yeah. Artsium, again, you did say he did win that 1,050 WPT Turbo High-Low event earlier this festival. So for over 22,000, I mean, it's interesting to see a guy that doesn't have any live events or live results come into a final table like this against some great players to see how he plays. But so far, I haven't seen much that he's done wrong, that's for sure. But of course, I don't really know. How about you? You think he's doing all right?
I think he's playing well. I think he's taking advantage of his stack really well and just putting max pressure on and not being shy about it. There's no, this hand isn't really great, I'm going to fold it. No, we saw him opening the Jack 9 and things that if you're not the massive chip leader, you just have to send to the muck.
And he just made Patrice fold his hand, who had a better hand. He had ace-9 of diamonds. But again, Artsium putting that pressure on everybody else. Let's see if he gives it another shot here with that Jack 7, as Patrice now has ace-king under the gun. Seems to me like he might try and do the exact same thing, which he does, raises to 1.3 million, and maybe this time he's hoping that Artsium makes that shove again.
I'm wondering if Artsium is tempted to also take advantage of these kinds of spots, but I like how he's been playing. He's been doing the he's doing the shoves on people who are under 20 big blinds. He's not really getting in the mix against what is likely a strong range when it opens under the gun. So he's kind of like dodging and weaving right now and just taking the best spots.
He's definitely doing a great job of that, that's for sure. So we see that Artsium does take his pro stack 70 million, or 70 big blinds and 42 million in chips. It's a great start to the day for him. Nick Petrangelo right behind, but still only has half as many chips as Artsium. So Patrice Brand with 24 bigs, 14 million. Jack Gong started the day as a short stack and now at fourth in chips with 10 million. And we'll go back to the table. It's interesting to see. We've had some movement here today.
Yeah, it's nice to be Jack Gong when you come in saying, all right, I'm probably going to have to find one hand to shove on the first orbit, and then maybe I just go reg another tournament. And he's right back in there. I wonder how many of these sick human beings are also playing other tables of WPT right now.
I would hope not many, but we'll see. Maybe. Maybe they love it. All right, Artsium does raise to 1.2 with the King Jack. Nick Petrangelo does have enough to play back at him here with the second in chips with his ace queen.
Yeah, Nick is one to just not be scared. Ace queen rates to be the best hand. Obviously, Artsium has been just opening such a wide range of hands. And I just can't wait to see if Artsium has it in him to put the pressure back on Nick, or if he's just going to play this more passively. Nick is really one of the only stacks right now that can hurt Artyom in a big way. If he ends up getting it in here, if you put the pressure back on him, or even if he flatted and they play it post flop, Nick really could overtake the chip lead and put Artyom in a much worse position being on his left. So I like that fold in conclusion.
Yeah, for sure. Nick now on the button with queen 9 of spades.
And I like his seat draw because he's in a position now to be the chip leader once it's folded to him. When he has his 2 blinds to the left that have shortish stacks, he's going to be able to steal from them. So as soon as Artyom folds, Nick gets to be in the driver's seat.
Which he does here. He wins this pot. Nick Pietrangelo, also a great golfer. Got a chance to play golf with him recently. And he is a great golfer. He said he quit me, though. He said that I beat him, so he quit playing with me, which made me sad, you know. I had a lucky day that day. All right. Treese has moved all in with Jack 9 of diamonds here. And Arseny Karmaki with ace 4 in the big blind. He's got 10 bigs.
And does make the lay fold. It down.
Yeah.
It's kind of interesting because you have to think you probably have the best hand there, right, with the ace 4 and the button opening, and you are the shortest stack. He might be considering, though, that Elior is also short. Maybe, oh, I'm sorry, he has almost the shortest stack, so that makes a lot more sense. He's waiting for Elior to have to pull the trigger first.
And Jack does raise here under the gun with his ace Jack. Folded around to Artyom, who has ace 7. If he's been watching Jack at all in this tournament, he would see probably that he's been playing pretty good hands. So we'll see what Artyom does here. He does make the call with the ace 7. And the flop is 4-4-3. Put some possible split pots into the mix here. Artyom does check his ace 7. And Jack checks behind. There it is. There's that split pot. Like I said, split pot very likely in this hand now. Let's see if Artyom takes advantage of that.
Yeah, I want to see just how gangster he can get. Very small bet. I think we're going to see called. I'm wondering if his river bet is going to be a little bit heftier. Being that, he defended the big blind as the huge stack, there's a chance he has 4s and 3s in his range because I don't think he's going to be folding as much as other players would. So it'd be pretty gangster if he just puts in a chunky bet here.
And Artyom shuts it down there. And we'll see what Jack does. He'll probably check
just happy
behind, which he does. Split pot.
So Nick's a good golfer. Do you know he also does beer reviews?
No, I didn't know that.
Have you seen this on Twitter?
No, I haven't.
You can look it up later. It's a little silly for a stream, but they're hilarious, and he's really funny.
No, that's good stuff. I know my man Ryan Lucchese, who travels with us on the Deep Stacks tour. I don't know if you know him or not, but he's had like 10,000 different beers in his life. He does beer reviews as well. Makes it tough, you can't keep up with those guys, that's for sure. Artyom raising with the 7 deuce offsuit, really, really widening his range here. He does know that this is going to be able to be seen very soon here. on the live stream. So he does make the call. Jack makes the call.
Yeah, I think Artem's play is cool if he just puts a little more cheese on that, instead of just min raising. If he made it, 2 million or something, you're putting Jack Gong in a really weird spot, even with the hand that's kind of good to play in position, like Jack 7 suited.
But now he does bet 780. And that will win the pot. 7 deuce offsuit. They're not playing the 7 deuce game, I don't think.
And this is definitely good enough. Second shortest stack. Ace 10 off with 9.5 big blinds. He does move all in.
And that'll win the pot. All right, Jack's on the button here with Jacks.
And Elior is just going to run right into it, shoving his short stack in under the gun with ace 3 off.
I think Jack here is, do you think he's worried about the people behind him, or what do you think he's going through his mind here? He's
I
gonna
think
make
he
the,
probably might have just been tanking a couple of seconds because he would have to do that if he had a real decision as well, just to balance it a little bit.
And he does flop a set. Elior Sion in bad shape here. He's got the backdoor straight draw, which is now live. A 10 would be a straight. But it doesn't happen. And we're going to lose Elior Sion with his ace high. He's going to be our 6th place finisher. And he will take home, I believe, just over 90,000.
Yep, 93,630 bucks for his efforts. That's a pretty good score on a 3K.
And there you see it, Elior Sion, our 6th place finisher. Next up, 5th place, 128,100, and none of these players want 128,000. I would love to have 128,000, but none of these players want it. Yeah, none of these players want it. All right, so we're down to the final 5. And Artsy will be first to act here. I mean, what kind of great name is that for the chip leader? Pro Stack. I mean, it's like perfect. It's a perfect name. And Jack Gong with his aces. Looking good here. Again, starting off the day as a short stack. His 2nd WPT World Online Championship final table. And he is rising up the leaderboard here, now raising it to 1.2 million with an ace. That's my favorite hand.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty good hand.
Jack 10 of diamonds. He moves all in. Uh-oh. He's not going to like what he's going to see on the other side. But Jack Gong has moved all in for 13.7 million. And Jack on the flop. And Nick Petrangelo has flopped perfect with Jack. Oh, my God, he's quads. Oh, poor Jack Gong. He built that stack up, and it's not going to be enough. He's going to be our 5th place finisher. Aces go down here at the final table of the World Online Championship. Jack Gong, our 5th place finisher. Wow.
It's a little unfair for your name to be Jack and you lose to quad jacks like that, but 128,100 bucks for his 5th place finish. Brutal ending. And wow, Petrangelo just has a stack.
Yes. Congratulations to Jack Gong on his 2nd final table. Let's see if he can make it 3 next week. This week, I should say.
Yeah, maybe that's the good part about events not being live is that he can just go and do whatever you do. You're not in a casino, maybe he just hops into another event, has a beer, who knows, but uh, and you're allowed to scream. Like when you see the two jacks, you could just scream your head off.
After that one, I would have jumped in a cold shower. I think it's not a good thing. It's not good.
And just Petrangelo, a force to be reckoned with, and now he has 63 big blinds. Just means Artyom's gonna have to play a lot more carefully. He can't just be quite as reckless, because now he would be running into a very big stack that could take him down to 7 big blinds.
On his direct left too, so I think they're going to see some changes in his play, but I could be wrong. Next player out gets 192,900, and so we'll see how it goes here. But Artyom actually has a hand here for the first time, I think, at the final table with 2 nines.
He made that sketchy little raise with his 7 deuce off. Slightly heftier raise here with his 9s. Not the most exciting flop for a pair of 9s. We see that Nick Petrangelo is empty with just some backdoors here.
Yes, Artyom cannot like that flop. And this is a spot where you think, if he checks it, what's Nick going to do? It's
he had so little that I think maybe you stab at it.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was checked, but it looks like Artyom did actually stab 1.1 million.
Artyom did that, yeah. Yeah, so I was wondering if he would have checked it if Nick would have taken a shot there. But we didn't get to see it because Artyom did bet out, and he wins a pot. Arseni's been pretty quiet here at this final table. I don't think that we've said his name much at this final table yet, so let's talk about Arseny. He is from Russia. His live earnings is 1.7 million. His online earnings are quite impressive, over 5 million in online earnings. So he's got a lot of clout here at the final table. He's playing, like you said, pretty snug here, but I think there may be a plan there, perhaps.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I probably would have jammed the a6 off there just as the by far shortest stack. And you are only 4-handed, you have 3 hands you could run into. What would factor into that, if the other players are crazy loose and you think that there could be confrontations before you end up having to get it in, then folding seems decent, but it's hard to wait for a better hand in an under 10 big blind stack than having an ace. He has 5 million in earnings, so perhaps I should just say maybe that's a fold. Kind of fun turn card here with Artyom making the straight and Patrice picking up second nut flush draw here.
Artyom is going to remain in this pot. I think he's just now considering he wants to go for it a little bit. He does make the call. And the river card does pair the board. Artyom first to act here. He made straight.
It's on Patrice, but he has kind of a gross spot now. It's okay. He built a pot here that he'd really like to win, but it's just such a good board for Artyom after he calls the turn. So yeah, I think that was a pretty wise check. From Artyom, yeah, I like going for a small value bet here. Obviously, will not get called by the king high. And really, look at just all the chips are in Nick and Artyom's stack, and Patrice and Arseny are going to have to just battle for, looks like third place right now, unless a drastic change happens.
Yep, and now Nick is going to see that Artyom's out of the pot, and so he's going to start to bully a little bit, I believe, when he does see that perfect scenario and being on the button, and he does win that pot. The one thing I love about online poker more than anything else, can you guess what it is?
How fast it plays.
How fast it plays, exactly. I love it. I think it's so much, that's the one issue that I've always had with live poker is that it's for some reason, it just seems like a lot of times people play too slow. But for this, it's just beautiful. It's beautiful to watch. Not only has Party Poker done such a great job with this, with the tournaments and, with the support of the WPT, but also the fact that you have such a great vision here in front of us with this final table setup. It looks, I've seen a lot of live streams in my life. This is my favorite by far. I think that the team that is behind this has done a great job. And I'm very proud to be a part of the WPT and Party Poker for this event. I think they've done such a great job. So we love having you here on the stream. Of course, Jamie, you're doing a great job, as we expected, as we knew would happen. We love you at Party Poker. We love you at Party Poker and on the World Poker Tour, just so you know.
Thanks, Matt.
You're welcome anytime.
I was going to say, I like this team a lot, too. They're able to take someone who's like a tech phobe like me, and in 10 minutes, like, here's what you do, set all this up, and then it worked. It's like, this is great.
Great team at Sharehand. I'll throw their name out there. Sharehand does a wonderful job of putting this together. So, yeah, I just love the fact that they're there for you if you have any questions at any time. So they've made it very easy for noobs like me to keep up on the tech side of things, as you said. All right, so Artyom has a raise with his King Jack.
And I think with Arseny hanging around there with his short stack, wow, I was going to say I wouldn't have been surprised to see a peel by Patrice. But he says, I'm here to win the tournament, and I'm jamming with my 2-5s. They are hard to play post-flop, and you're going to be out of position. And really, if you don't flop a set or an open-ender, you really are just going to be folding a lot post-flop. So he elects to just jam and try to win this pre. Nice hand.
And he does. He does win it free. That was a good play by Patrice there, and he wins that pot.
And there you see our chip counts. Artyom's still well ahead with his 79 big blinds, but Nick Petrangelo forced to be reckoned with his 59 big blinds. Anything can happen between those two. We have Patrice, 18 big blinds, not really in the danger zone there, but he'd like to outlast Arseny with his 10 big blind stack, who is going to have to make some moves here if he wants to be in contention for first place, which is $494K. Hublot Classic Fusion titanium watch worth $7,500, a set of everyday baccarat tumblers, and Party Poker has added a $15K WPT seat presented by Baccarat Crystal. A lot to be played for here. Definitely just the prestige too. You get to play in the Tournament of Champions forever, be in the Champions Club. There's a lot for first place here.
Yes, we're excited about it. Obviously.
Don't change until you change. We're all different but the same. We work hard and then we play. Life's a party, so enjoy yourself.
Vince and I are joined by the newest member of the WPT Champions Club, Gavin Cochran. He took down the World Online Championships 8 Max event just this week, winning over $500,000.
Oh, Lynn, this is so exciting for you, Gavin. You not only took home $540,000, you're going to win a beautiful Hublot titanium watch. You'll win a set of everyday baccarat tumblers. How are you feeling right now?
Man, I feel great, and I honestly didn't know about all these extra prizes. The watch, the Baccarat crystal, the entry into the Tournament of Champions, name etched onto the trophy, so I'm absolutely buzzing right now. It's amazing. You know, I'm so happy to see the World Poker Tour online for the first time. To be able to play in my own home is great, and you know, I really hope it's not the last one that we see online.
Well, congratulations, Gavin.
Cheers guys, I'm overwhelmed. Thank you.
Hey, Matt Savage here on my favorite golf hole in the entire world, number 16 in Pasatiempo. And while I'm not at home to do the Savage Beats segment, I do have a special guest this week looking to fill in who's taken some Savage Beats of his own. Next up, Jamie Staples.
Hello everyone, my name is Jamie Staples and I am incredibly honored to be guest hosting the Savage Beat of the Week. Unfortunately, I am the star of these 4 clips. Let's jump into the action. So we're gonna kick it off here, and I am in the bubble of a $3,200 satellite right now. I am the shortest stack in the tournament, but 26 pay, 25 get a full seat. All I need is to win with the King Jack. How could I not win with the King Jack, right? It's a beautiful hand, it's folded around to me. What are the odds that the big blind has a better hand than me? What are the chances? Jonathan P calling with the Queen 6, Queen 9-5 on the flop. I need a 10. I need a 10 to survive, and no. And that, unfortunately, is your bubble of the week. Picking up the action in the $3,200 8 max, I have 3-bet pre-flop and I have flopped a set of jacks. This is the dream situation. I could be up against ace king, I could be up against ace queen, I could be up against all sorts of hands here. We go for the c-bet, we get a call. Beautiful 6 of diamonds on the turn. My opponent has 90,000 left. There's no problems here. All the chips, they're going in the middle. What could go wrong? It's still, honestly, it's been a week. I'm recording this a week later. You can't, that's not okay, poker gods. That's not okay. In a 3,200 championship event buy-in of the WPT WOC, no, thank you. That is your sunken boat of the week. Back to the $3,200 8 max. I'm sitting a little shorter now after that tragedy. I pick up the nut flush draw against Michael Caine with Patrick Leonard in the pot as well. Loving this hand, need to pick up some chips, and I decide I think it's time we go with this. I mean, ace-6 of diamonds pretty good. Nut flush draw. Maybe I can get him to fold something like a straight draw or you know, a small pair that might bet here. So we're gonna go for the raise. Put it in to 48,000. What are you gonna do, Michael? Michael Caine gets it in. We got the ace-6 of diamonds, but boom, on the turn, it's the 7. The full house, flush on the river, but it doesn't matter. It's not good enough. That is your flushed away moment of the week. And now to the $320 mini championship event where I pick up pocket jacks. Hopefully I'm gonna fare better in this one than the 3,200. We 3-bet it to 36,000 against Powell Brzezinski. Powell sitting there thinking, deciding what to do. I've lived this moment. I know what Powell's gonna do. Powell's not folding. That's a spoiler for you guys. This is not gonna be a fold as we're flashing back to the 3,200 in real time. But here it is, Powell putting in the chips in a moment here. There it is, all in with the jacks. We call it off. 33 blinds against ace queen. Big spot, big moment, big flip in a big tournament. 6 of hearts, fade it. No. King of hearts. I got the clap going on there. I got the clap going on. Wasn't happy about that, and that is your flip of the week. So that's a pretty good summary, I think, of my 3,200 and my 320 8 max championship this week on Party Poker, but incredibly excited to keep going in this series. Savage Beats of the Week, loving this series. Matt Savage, thank you so much for inviting me to guest host this week, but until next time, we'll see you later.
At Party Poker, we think poker should be fair as well as fun. Not like some of these guys letting predators get out of control. So unfair. You don't even stand a chance. It's like us getting in the ring with a boxing heavyweight. This is a David and Goliath situation. We're all Davids now. You know what that means. It's time for us to kick some Goliath butt. Yeah, you better stop it, all right? It's on. You love fair poker? Join party.
Oh, we're back, and we're
Hey,
joined with
hello.
Tony Dunst this time. What's up?
Oh my
Hey,
goodness.
you two, what's going on?
Look at
Nice to
this.
see you both.
Look who we have here. I love the hair, Tony. Look at that quarantine
Thank
hair.
you. It
Looking beautiful.
I know it group. It turns out quarantine outlasts alopecia. So silver lining to 2020.
All right. So we've had some
I've been
pretty incredible action. I don't know if you've been able to see it.
I have been watching rough beat for Jack there. I liked Nick's play. It's just so brutal when you come into the final table with what, 4 or 5 blinds, run it up, and you're like, okay, now I'm in the mix. And then you get in aces, you're like, I'm really in the mix, and then no. But yeah, so
Patrice
far, you
did
know,
make a raise. Yeah, Patrice moved all in here with ace 10 of hearts, and the short stack Artseni is making a decision here with king 9. So he does make the call. So ace 10
yeah,
versus
blind
king
versus
9.
blind. I can
And
see how
Artseni
this would
does
get
flop
in.
a9, but Patrice flops an ace.
Gonna need that king of
Patrice.
9.
Oh, he versus a king. Oh, tough one for Patrice. Seni does double up, gets out of the cellar here, and Patrice now the short stack with the king on the river. You've seen some of these beats, have you not there, Tony? You've been playing a lot of online poker.
I've seen them. I've lived them. It's a good thing that we don't have a mic on Patrice right now. I've lived enough to know what you typically say after that kind of thing.
Wow, that's a great idea, actually. We should just mic these guys up and just have one stream where anything goes.
So, all right, I've been playing a lot of Warzone lately, and they have this great thing where, like, right after you kill somebody, you hear their mic for like 3 seconds, and it's always them like screaming swear words at you. But it's just an amazing little addition there. So I think that's something we could add to online poker. You just get 3 seconds of mic time of this person just slamming the table and just like 4-letter words. Or I guess we have a Russian player, so I'm not quite sure how many letters are in their curse words, but.
Have you had any interaction with these players? I'm sure you've had some with Nick Petrangelo. How about the other guys at this table?
I have played with Patrice before, but I can't say I remember too much about his style. And then, Nick, being one of the best players in the game, is a guy that I've watched and commentated on at a lot of final tables. And I have, of course, enjoyed his beer reviews, which you mentioned earlier, Jamie. They're fantastic.
We have
it's
Patrice
really funny
all in
because-
here. Patrice is all
I'm
in here.
sorry,
King
yeah,
10 up against ace jack, and Nick did flop a jack. Patrice looking for a king or a queen for a straight, which he just made. And Patrice looking to double up after that tough beat. And Nick Petrangelo loving the jacks today, but not enough with 3 jacks, as Patrice does make that straight and doubles up. So yeah, the beer reviews. Let's go back to those.
They're great because you expect him to take it seriously, and he gives this very contemplative, judicious tone, and then he'll just like slam the beer like an 18-year-old. It's amazing.
Yeah, and then he takes the can and just like smashes it on his head and throws it.
It's
it
really
was
good.
a work of art. Yeah.
So Patrice really needing that double up. He's up to 17 bigs, and Nick started off the day, as one of the shorter or middle stacks, and now he's, second in chips. Artsium has been playing pretty well for not knowing anything about him, and doesn't seem to have a lot of results anywhere that we can find. But he is using his big stack to his advantage so far today.
Yeah, it looked like he was definitely turning up the aggression. Maybe at times missizing things a little bit. Jamie pointed out that he raised from the small blind and used a really small sizing, and that will result in the big blind pretty much calling everything. But the important thing when you have a big chip advantage, as he does, is just constantly applying aggression, especially on the middling stack. So he can kind of abuse Nick and Arsenio right now. Well, Arsenio and Patrice to a degree, I guess, as they've evened out.
Yes, Tony, congratulations on your big win this summer. We're excited to see
Thank
that one of our own is doing so well online. And Jamie and I, while we watch a lot of poker, aren't probably as well versed at online poker as you. So anything you could teach us, we'd love to hear for sure.
Well, the big thing today is when you reach these final tables and there's these big disparities in chips, you have to abandon a lot of what you know about playing poker to maximize the amount of chips you win and start thinking about risk mitigation and moving up the pay ladder, and then just being very mindful about, what the people around your stack size, how they're playing, how they're adjusting. So if, say, Patrice notices that Arseni is much too willing to gamble on a medium stack, then the adjustment he has to make is to actually tighten up and then really get tight with calling off his stack. Whereas Arsium, with his big stack, he can kind of take the gloves off. I mean, he can't raise any 2 cards on the button and cut off, but he can go so much wider than he usually would in a normal tournament scenario.
So Arsium flops a pair here, but Arseni does have the open-end straight draw backdoor flush draw. So this could get interesting.
Artsium has an option here between betting and checking. Both are pretty good. I kind of like betting with a king 5 because it's high enough up that he can get some value, but also would like some protection for his hand. But I really think either option are pretty good.
Yeah, I like it too because he can just decide how big he wants to make this pot. If he checks back and he gets let into on the turn, you kind of lose control and you might not know where you are in the hand.
Nice turn for Arseni there. Now with the second pair and the open ender, if I were in his shoes, I would be looking to bet at this stage. I feel, pretty good about trying to get value with my hand. It'd be frustrating, of course, if my opponent has a better 7 that I'm betting into, but I'm pretty confident at this stage that I can bet. I can bet call my hand should my opponent raise, and if my opponent calls, I can value bet a lot of rivers too. But again, checking totally fine, especially with ICM in play. Trying to minimize any chance that you get eliminated here makes a lot of sense. So I totally get the way he's playing this hand, and I see lots of reasons to play it a little more passively as he has done.
Arseni has over 5 million in tournament earnings. I don't know if you heard that earlier, Tony, but so he's been around the online streets quite a bit. So
yeah, and so I would expect him to be very familiar with how ICM is going to affect decision making at these final tables. So that might be a big reason why he checked that turn. That might be a spot that he was betting much earlier in the tournament, but at a final table and very close with Patrice, he just thinks anytime I don't have a hand that is a slam dunk bet call on the turn, I'm just going to put that into my check range.
So Arseni did make a bet of 2.1. If you're Artsium here, what are you thinking?
When you get to these weird blind versus blind spots where only one bet has gone in, it's not often you end up folding a pair. He did make the fold though. And to be honest, considering the conditions, that's a pretty big fold and it ends up being a correct one. So well done there. I do think he maybe missed an opportunity to bet the flop, but again, all these spots are kind of opportunities to mix up your play. It's pretty rare in these flop situations where you have, bottom pair or middle pair or something, that there's a definitive you must bet or you must check type answer.
Did you happen to check the, did you happen to catch when Arseni folded ace-6 off under the gun? It was four-handed at the time. He had 9.6 big blinds around there. I thought that was a pretty tight fold. Do you have any? Okay, it was probably right before you came on. I was just wondering if you would think of any reason why you'd make that fold.
Was he the clear shortest stack at that stage, or was there somebody close?
I believe so. Yeah, I think Patrice had around 14 big blinds around then. I'd have to check. But yeah, I thought it was a little odd of a fold. But he also crushes online, so I'm like, there's a good chance he has a reason for it.
It's certainly a shove that would win chips, but my guess is it's also a shove that only is winning a little bit of chips. And so at these final tables, like we talked about, you try and eliminate your risk of being knocked out. And so it wouldn't shock me if he's just kind of cutting off a lot of the bottom end of those profitable shoves, like, the bottom of the ace rag and stuff like, I'm sure probably king 9 or definitely king 10 is a shove there, and, queen 10, things like that. You might see him just kind of drop those very bottom hands out of the shoving range. As to whether that's ideal or not, I'm not really sure. It's something I've been working on a lot in my play because I recognize that I wasn't always making the right adjustments at final tables, and it's tricky. It's very awkward. It's a balancing act.
So Patrice in this hand
Definitely
with Jack
working
10
out.
suited up against Ace 9 for Artsium in position. An 8-4-3 flop. If Artsium continues here, I think Patrice has to let this go. Would you agree with that? He doesn't. He
Yeah,
checks.
I am.
He checked it.
Not
And now
too
Patrice
surprised to
turned
see
a
Artsium
pair.
check there. I do think maybe Artsium should bet that flop when it's a 4 and a 3 on the flop and your opponent's really short and has ICM working against him. I think he's going to peel out of the big blind with hands that contain a 4 and a 3 less frequently, and so your C bet is going to get through more often, even though I think he actually chose a great hand to check back there. And then once we get to this turn, I think Patrice will probably just look to bet and get the money in, and so he does bet out for 2.2 million.
No heart in Artsium's hand here, so he does lay it down. I want to go back to this hand, just a little simple hand that happened a couple hands ago, where Artsium called out of the small blind. I think it was you that told me you should never be calling in the small blind. Is that
I was wrong.
what you said?
I was super
You were
wrong.
wrong?
I was like,
Really?
yeah, I've been looking at a bunch of charts lately. That was definitely the prevalent strategy as of a few years ago. People were like, look, you really don't want to be calling many hands out of position, you know, play three better fold, this and that. And then as we studied more computer poker, the computer actually says, oh, there's a whole bunch of hands that want to realize their equity out of the small blind, but don't play great as a 3-bet. So you're actually going to have a fairly wide calling range out of the small blind, but at a final table, that again starts to become more limited because we're trying to minimize the chances that we play a big pot that knocks us out of the tournament. But yeah, I was very wrong, man.
Yeah, but then in this case, Nick Petrangelo was the big blind. Artsium called with 6-5 offsuit, and Nick with 8-3 offsuit made a raise and pick up the pot right there. Yeah, right? So that seems like pretty advanced play. You know, way better than I would understand, but you know, I think that he just reads him as weak in that spot. But Artsium is not just, he's not limped any pot so far. So that's my thinking there.
I would think that, so first of all, Artsium's call with 6-5 offsuit can't be good. It just can't. It's just a losing play. And I think that Nick likely recognized that Artsium is calling way too wide in the small blind and maybe is playing in a manner where he calls his medium strength hands and 3-bets his really strong hands. And so Nick was pretty content to take an entirely useless hand post-flop and turn it into a bluff pre-flop, feeling confident that Artsium was never going to call him and he only had to get through one player. So I typically, when I take a spot like that, don't go as wide as 8-3 offsuit, but I would defer to Nick's expertise there and think it's a pretty cool recognition of what his opponent's tendencies are.
Yeah, it was fun to watch. It was just something just kind of glossed over, but it had some interest in had some interest for me. I thought that there was an interesting play to raise there with that hand.
A really interesting hand to me. Like, I would never have guessed that Nick would have chosen that hand for the squeeze, but yeah, I mean, just props to him for being tuned in enough to know how Artsium is playing out of the small blind and that he can get away with applying pressure there.
So in this hand, Artsium did bet the flop small. He bet 700,000. He bet just the big blind amount on an open ender and backdoor flush draw. And now with neither player, let's see, an 8 on the river. So that makes Artsium a straight. So that's kind of what he was hoping for, but I don't think he's going to get much out of Arseni here.
Yeah, Tony, what do you think of the check call by Arseni? It was only 700K, but is it a bit optimistic with Queen 9 off to peel the turn?
I did not realize that he had check called the turn. I thought that he had bet, and I would like his hand as a bet. We bet the flop and check called turn. Understood. Okay. You know, again, because we are in this weird spot where you really want to keep some distance between yourself and fourth, unless I had a hand with a ton of equity on the turn, I'm just going to give up those marginal spots like a gut shot with 1 overcard. So it could be, again, you know, a call that's slightly winning in chips, but it's going to increase the volatility of my stack at this final table, which is what I don't want. So I would have given it up. And I'm a little surprised he called, but to his credit, he recognizes that the big blind has 2 random cards and a lot of incentive to bet.
Yeah, I messed you up twice.
Arseni did bet the river here. Arseni did bet the river here for 1.1 million. Obviously drawing a raise from Artsium and now letting it go. Yeah, Arseni got
My
in some trouble.
apologies, Tony. I relayed you the hand wrong twice. It went check 700K call on the flop. My bad.
That makes a little more. Okay, now I got you.
Yeah. So you see Artsium still in the commanding chip lead with 62 big blinds. You have Petrangelo on his heels with 47 big blinds, and then Arseni and Patrice still in the hunt with 18 and 16 big blinds. You don't have a very short stack anymore. Everyone's in the mix.
This is the championship event of the 6 max that you're watching here. First place is just under $500,000, which is also inclusive, not including the 15,000 TOC seat. Tony Dunst is in the Tournament of Champions every year, as he is a Tournament of Champion. A champion on the World Poker Tour, and he's got his name on that Mike Sexton Champions Cup. So exciting to have you in that. When you got that WPT win, Tony, what did that make you feel like? Did it feel like you got a monkey off your back a little bit, or you had a little more credibility on the commentating streets, or how did that make you feel?
I always say whenever I win a tournament or go deep in a tournament, especially win, the primary emotion is relief. Like I go through so many tournaments just waiting for the terrible thing that happens, and then I'm just like, scratching my head or beating myself up or just, swearing because I lost a flip. And then in the rare tournament where you just win, you're like, oh wow, it was my turn. It was my day. Nothing terrible happened. I feel so relieved, So, and of course, getting a WPT title is huge with, being the raw deal commentator at the time, having to give these critical opinions on my peers. It was kind of like, well, what have you ever done? And so having a WPT title helped to validate my position there. I want to watch this hand play out, though. Sorry to cut off. This is a good one.
Artsium raised to 1.4, and Nick makes the call behind. Now he's checking out of position.
Man, Nick is... this is such a cool adjustment by Nick yet again. His hand in most situations would be a no-brainer 3-bet call against Artsium, but that's really not what he wants to do with Patrice and Arseni behind him. Plus, by flatting, he creates the opportunity that Patrice squeeze jams a bunch of hands that are worse than his, whereas if he 3-bets, Patrice is just going to get it in with like Jacks plus Ace King. He's just never going to get Patrice in bet.
He just checked the turn when he made a set, and Jacks happened to be his hand today here. He's made trip Jacks, quad Jacks, and now a set of Jacks. So he did check it. How do you like that play?
Like it very much. And the Jack is going to be a better card for the pre-flop raiser than the flatter, typically. Although, Nick's flat range in the small blind often is going to have a lot of, sort of low, medium, Broadway connector type hands. And then I would think on this river, he's probably going to use a block bet. But when you have top set, you block all the sweet stuff that could call you for a lot. So you do see him use a small sizing here, and that's Nick's recognizing that his opponent did not bet at any stage, doesn't really seem that interested in the hand, probably would have bet something like Queen 10, King 10 at some stage in the hand. So there's really not very much he can call with, and he uses a small sizing to try and get value, but just doesn't get paid off.
Tony, one day in my poker life, I'm going to be able to predict what Nick Petrangelo does as well.
I don't know if I would have been able to predict his pre-flop play there, so I'm still working up to it. That was really nice by him.
All right, Arseni here with Ace King suited. We know he's going to play it, just for how much is the question. And it's all in.
Taking the low variance route there and just jamming it instead of any other play that might make him actually have to put his cards on its back. Just outlasting Patrice, is that the thought there?
Yeah, and he was still at a stack size where I don't really think he has many options between shoving or really anything else. I think that he needs to be somewhere around 25 blinds before we start talking about making, a small sort of cute sized 3-bet. And then with the ICM in play, you actually want to lean more towards just going all in pre-flop to prevent the possibility of being flatted and then, getting stacks in on the flop, maybe getting busted, whatever it is. So strangely enough, as we get into these ICM situations, you avoid risk by being the person to make the last bet all in because you're trying to take that play away from other people.
Yeah, I think I've noticed too that it's, especially the online sites that I've been able to play. Unfortunately, I'm in the US, so they're limited. People don't really call off as light as they probably should. People have gotten the guts to make the shoves they're supposed to do, but I just don't really see the bottom of the people's calling ranges being turned over very often.
And especially not at final tables or like deep in tournaments. You see some splashy calls earlier on, maybe during re-entry, but it definitely tightens up as you get deep for sure.
Arseni just made a call here, or Artsium, I'm sorry, just made a call with 9-6 on Nick Petrangelo's under the gun bet with a Jack-9. So I don't know. I'm not sure what's going on here.
Again, I think Nick is checking a paired board flop because he doesn't want to risk going bust. He doesn't want to have to call a check raise with his hand, which has got a lot of equity. And Artsium in the big blind is gonna have the trips advantage whenever it comes like 4-4x, 5-5x, 8-8x, 7-7x. So all those middling cards are gonna favor the big blind over the pre-flop raiser. And as I've said, Nick against Artsium right now is gonna take lower variance lines. We'll see if that continues as Nick starts to edge into the lead, whether he really cranks up the aggression.
He is now in the lead for the first time today.
Yeah.
Nick Petrangelo has taken the chip lead. Spot I'm sure that he loves. But yeah, Artsium did call that hand pre-flop with the 9-6 when Nick Petrangelo raised under the gun, and then never made an attempt at a bluff there. So
that would have been an interesting spot for Artsium to take a stab. Like when it comes double paired and he's calling out of the big blind, I think on the river some percent of the time he should just blast 1.2x pot or something and really put Nick in the cage. But you also don't want to do that every time because then you're just simply bluffing too much.
And that was an interestingly large raise by Nick. He went the full 4x despite having the ace-king off in their first blind versus blind confrontation. That went limp to him. Do you expect him to go a little smaller there, or is this maintaining your chip position type of thing, not getting into huge confrontations, just wanting to take it down pre?
I think his sizing is only a little bigger than usual. I think often somebody limps and we go like 3.5x out of the big blind. And then with there being 50 blinds deep and Nick, Nick doesn't hate just raising and taking it down pre-flop there and maintaining his advantage. I mean, I'm sure he'd rather get called by a worse hand, but that's not a bad outcome either. I think he's just going to continue to size kind of large against Artsium while they're 50 blinds deep. Patrice here has flop top pair on Artsium on ace jack 6. I'm guessing that Artsium will lose one bet here and then probably shut down, but we'll see. Patrice makes the call.
Oh, there it is. Artsium makes a set there.
I would like to revise my statements to Patrice. We'll put in one bet on the flop and then lose a whole bunch.
Oh my goodness. What's a good bet here? That I never can figure out. What's a good bet for Artsium here?
At these stack sizes, I think he's just going to go small. 2 blinds, something like that. Did he bet 2 blinds? Yeah, there's 7 in there and he bet 2. And that sets up a pretty natural shove on the river should Patrice call. You'd have a pot of about 11 and Patrice would have 8 back. And certainly you would be betting here with a lot of different kinds of draws, or you certainly could. In this particular hand, I wouldn't want to bet my draws that don't comfortably bet call or don't comfortably bet fold. I don't want to bet the hands that are like bet, get shoved on, and then side call. So either I'm betting, 9-10 of hearts where I don't really care if you jam over my bet, or I'm betting something trashier. And Patrice, it's been nice to have you. Thanks for playing at our final table. I'm afraid that you're all in dead, sir, so I'm not too interested in the river. But a very nice run by Patrice Brank here to finish in 4th place at a tough final table in this tough event.
And we'll go and see that Patrice did finish 4th here in the 6 Max Championship. for 192,900. Getting up into some very serious money now. 278,448 for third, with 3 players remaining. And with that pot, Artsium did regain the chip lead. Nick Petrangelo has been close to becoming a part of the Champions Club. I'm sure that's something he'd like to get off his back. He's had so much success in the game. This would just be another feather in his cap, I'm sure.
I know that as commentators, we're supposed to stay very neutral and everything, but knowing that Nick would be eligible for the TOC makes me just want to root against him. Like, I don't want to face Nick in the TOC. Don't make me do this, you know?
Well, I think it's fair then, because I am partial to Nick because I learned a lot from his upswing courses. So if I root for him, you can root against him. It's fair.
I'll root for whoever you guys don't. How about that? I'm always a short stack guy. I want to see the short stack come back. But yes, this is actually great because Artsium's in for $320 in a satellite, and they do have a lot of satellites in the WPT World Online Championship at Party Poker. So you can get in for as little as $33 into these events. They have the 320 satellite as well, where Artsium got in, and in those satellites you can win 2 seats for these tournaments as well. So it's a good way to get in for cheap, as little as $33. I know that Rob Young and their team actually put out some free tickets as well. So Party Poker doing a lot of great things for this World Online Championship Series for WPT, and it's been great for us. You know, it's been perfect. So, you know, while we've been at home with the quarantine and everything going on, you know, with COVID, it's just been very nice that people can play all over the world and not have to leave their house.
I love what Party has done with the satellites and how much they prioritize them, because I really think, I know, you know, I'm supposed to say these kind of things, but I really think in terms of recreational players, professional players, and operators, prioritizing satellites is win-win-win. I mean, you want people to be able to parlay a small amount into a huge amount. You want fields that are a mix of, you know, professional players and recreational players. And as an operator, you want to see huge fields in your events. You want good turnouts. You want to hit your guarantees. So it's just kind of one of those things that I'm really happy to see. And Artsium here has the potential to have the biggest ROI of anyone. So let's run it up, my man.
Yeah, it says 1 million in seats weekly through satellites, and then you can get into the WPT main for $10 from some of these spins. So it'd be a pretty big story if one of the $10 satellite winners ends up winning millions of dollars.
We'd love to see it, that's for sure. I mean, I really have seen so many people come back to poker because of online and because of the situation we're in. So it's great to see, you know, and hopefully a lot of these people, when we go back live, we'll see them back out there on the green felt at some point. Artsium makes the raise here with ace jack and gets called by Nick with 9-7 of clubs. He's commenting on how great of a name that is for the chip leader there, Tony. Pro Stack.
Pro Stack? Oh,
yeah.
so good.
It is.
It's
so
like,
good.
I was watching golf the other day, and there's Tommy Fleetwood. I was like, oh, what a good golf name. Like, that's the golf version of Tim Duncan or something, you know? Like, those are the names you want. We'll never top Chris Moneymaker, clearly.
Yeah.
But you know, we can try.
I just can't believe that someone with the last name Savage is lusting after someone else's last name. You have the nut last name.
I really love it. I do love Pro Stack, I gotta say. There is a golfer named Shank, and there is a golfer that has Yip, which are both 2 bad words for any golfer out there, as Nick Petrangelo would know for sure. I beat Nick on the golf course, and he said he'd never play with me again. That's it's kind of a bad deal, I think. It's kind of like your roommate, Tony. He won't play with me.
I wonder if it had to do with your skill or personality, man.
I'm pretty brutal on the golf course. I'm a nice guy off the golf course.
That would probably be the only thing I'd be good at on the golf course is the needling part.
Needles?
Yeah, that's it.
Yes. These are the hands I actually
we've
like to
seen
see what good players do, with hands like this, where they have absolutely nothing but, and out of position.
And
of
Nick
course it just
here has just like a tiny little bit of showdown value. I think that we would see him bluffing some lower junky hands, but with the queen, it's just good enough, just high enough to check and try and get to a showdown. And also, when you have these like just high enough hands, they also function as a way of not over bluffing. Like, you're like, all right, I got a queen, I can't just bluff every time here. I'll check, I'll win it showdown a little bit. But when you have, let's say, the 8 or the 9 in your hand, and you have a gut shot with, a 4 or a 3 or something, then you have absolutely no chance at showdown and a little bit of equity. So you'd see somebody like Nick stab a little more.
I kind of miss the days of just the absolute no equity triple barrel bluffs at final tables. You just don't really see it anymore, but they were fun to watch.
It's not entirely over. I saw it at a recent WPT final table from, I'm trying to remember which player it was. It was, I'm blanking on his last name. I'm blanking on his last name, but he had it was a classic 7-2 offsuit, triple barrel, no equity bluff at a WPT final table. And with somebody who generally plays solid, but just kind of like lost his mind for a moment, decided he was playing the 7-2 game solo and went for it.
Our team does flop the open ender again with the same hand that he had made a straight on recently with the 6-4. And Arseni does have the gut shot too, but also the best hand with 10 high.
I'm a little surprised Arseni didn't bet this one, or I think he was going to bet it some of the time with his 10 high and gut shot there. And it's also nice when you have this 10 high gut shot that when you bet and your opponent calls, it's often with a 7 or a 5, so you have an additional 6 outs.
Arseni's got to know what he's doing here. He's got over 5 million in earnings online, so I always like to see the guys that I don't know that have so much success in the game. It's it's interesting to see. And on
That's
the
definitely
flip side,
one of the. Go for it.
Yeah, on the flip side, Artyom, who we can't find or don't have any results on, seems to be playing all right as well.
Yeah, one benefit of a lot of these events going online is that it's much more international, and I'm meeting a lot of boss players with millions and millions of earnings that I wouldn't even see at WSOP. They just kind of play online in their own little neighborhoods. Nice face on that, Tony. You want to say something about that fold?
I'm just perplexed. I mean, he's got an open ender, and he was facing a slightly over 1 big blind bet, unless I misread that. So I didn't really see any reason we wouldn't want to get to the river there. It also seemed like a hand that wants to bet itself on the flop a fair bit. You got a lot of equity. You only have 6 high. It's a bunch of cards that kind of connect with your check back range. So I didn't really get the fold there. I wouldn't have made it. I was pretty surprised. Yeah, no doubt.
Artyom with the gut shot here on the flop. He has ace deuce. Flop is 10-5-4. And Nick with jack 3 of diamonds. Backdoor flush draw. Backdoor straight draw. Not a whole lot there. Let's see what happens. Nick is so cool.
I like this. I like
Nick
this
is so cool. Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot of turn
Exactly
cards
the
he's
kind
going to
of-
be able to continue on. So just start betting now.
I like the call from Artyom too. He has the gut shot. Ace high might be good, and wow, what a card. Not as much of an action card as some others. It does give Artyom the straight, but it gives Nick just a little bit of showdown value, but doesn't create much possibility for his making a multi-street hand. So I think now we see Nick opt to just check back and try and get the showdown. The real question will be, if we get a brick river, what's he going to do facing an Artyom bet? And that's not a brick, because that 8 connects with stuff like 7-6. It completes the backdoor flush. It hits things like 8-7 that are going to peel on the flop, or both. Basically, that 8 could connect with either player the way they've played their hand. And for Nick, he is aware that it could improve Artsium's hand. Really, Nick, just kind of has the bottom of potentially having showdown value here. So should Artsium bet, and I anticipate that he would, I don't really see Nick calling.
And there you go. Good call, Tony Dunst.
Yep. And that, yeah, all the decisions through that hand made a whole bunch of sense. And, Nick didn't really have... There are some rivers that would have put him in a tough spot, but I think the 8 of hearts made it pretty easy on him to fold facing a bet.
I have a question for you, Tony, about the raw deal. Did you ever have anyone really upset with you? Like, real mad that you picked apart their hand?
Yeah, I can't, it was almost year 1 on the raw deal. It was like 2010 or 2011. There was a Russian guy, a younger Russian player who I don't believe has made a final table since, and I'm blanking on his name, but he voiced his displeasure on Twitter. Outside of that, for the most part, no. Maybe people didn't like it and they just didn't bring it up with me, like maybe in their own circle, like they have a bunch of horrible things to say about me and how terribly I analyzed that hand, but they just didn't bother to bring it to my attention, or maybe like, how to put it, I'm not the Twitter battle guy. Like I'm the like make one snarky remark and then back out of the room guy. So some people, if they may have had an issue with me, they're just like, whatever, this dude's not even gonna battle. Some people, as they just love a good Twitter battle, and half the fun is getting somebody that you can induce into really battling with you. And I feel like if someone was to tweet at me like, bro, you screwed up this raw dude, terrible analysis, I would probably take a look at it and be like, hey, he's right, I completely misjudged this, I should have looked at some charts, my bad, man. So
it's too late though. It's already out there in public.
Too late.
All right,
now,
Artsy, this is a hand that could get a little spicy here with a queens versus ace 10. So Artsium does raise to 2.4 million.
I think Nick's just going to call in position. Yeah, this is a hand that in many other situations is used as a 3-bet bluff, but in this situation I think plays very well as a call, especially with Nick having some distance on Arseni but being clearly shorter than Artsium. I think he's going to play a more passive strategy pre-flop, and he may even just fold to 1-bet on this flop with no club. There's just not really a lot going for him here. Although I guess Artsium checking the flop makes an awful lot of sense. He doesn't really gain very much by betting. He doesn't want to bet into a king or into an 8. He even has the clubs blocked, so he can check and call down on club runouts pretty confidently, or at least more confidently than otherwise.
So this is a hand when I have queens and I see that king and I just go, oh man, I've lost this hand. I just give up right away. But you can't, right?
Don't be such a quitter, Matt. Your showdown value might be good. Right. You're right to quit on it in the sense that you want to quit betting, because you really don't gain very much by betting your hand anymore on these king XX boards when you have kings and queens, and so it's tricky. The job then becomes, well, I have to make sure that I have to balance checking some hands that aren't strictly kings, queens, and jacks here. Otherwise, my opponent knows that my range is kind of capped, and that's how Nick took advantage of Artsium with that 8-3 offsuit hand. He was like, hey, I think if he's calling out of the small blind, I think he's just capped here, so I'm going to punish him. So in Artsium's shoes, this is a nice bet call, I think, on both players' behalf. That's a nice value bet from Artsium, and I completely get why Nick would call down there with trip 8s and ace king, since Artsium will have some bluffing hands that get to the river and just don't have any showdown value and need to take a shot to have any chance to win the pot. It's just frustrating in Nick's shoes when you think most of Artsium's bluffs are probably going to take a stab on a king high flop. So it's very much a side call in Nick's shoes. Artsium takes a walk. Oh, sorry, gets it through. My mistake.
Yeah.
Now this could be fireworks.
Yeah.
I don't think Arseni will just shove. 20 feels like a lot, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, I'm with you. I prefer raising and trying to get it in versus some weak holdings instead of jamming, and then you kind of narrow their range so much. Ace King is such a good hand, especially three-handed.
Oh, RCM does shove.
Here we go.
Jacks have been hot today.
Staying hot. 8 would chop this pot up, otherwise Arseni needs an ace or a king. No, and so RCM scores the knockout, gets heads up with a substantial chip lead over Nick Petrangelo. We just might see somebody run $300 into almost $500,000.
Cannot wait to hear the story of Artium. It's an interesting one for sure. Got to find his screen names.
He has, at a minimum, 1,000x'd his money.
Oh, wow. That's incredible. He did win a prelim event earlier this series, a 1K prelim for 22,000. So.
Oh, nice.
He has won a tournament before. That much for sure. Yeah?
Right. He's definitely mixing it up at the stakes with these kind of players, though. If he's playing, 1K prelims and stuff, he's a guy who is played against this caliber of opponent before, as opposed to somebody who, took a shot on a $300 satellite, binked the seat, and then ran it.
Maybe he got into the 1K on $10 too, though. We never know. He could be living like the dream month.
That's right. Yeah.
How much do you take into account for that? If you make a final table, either live or online, are you looking up everybody at that table, checking results if you don't know their name, things like that, Tony? Is that something you're doing every time?
Certainly. Close, certainly every time live, because you have you just have the time to do it in between, making the final table and resuming the next day. How could you not? But online, it could definitely all just happen fast enough that you almost kind of forget in the moment to check on people. Like you reach the final table and then, oh, you got a hand, and then all of a sudden it's 7-handed and you're just kind of caught up in things. But for the most part, I'm either familiar enough with the player pool and have taken notes so I'm prepared, or there's just a few people at the final table I'm not familiar with. Quick, let's ask my friends, let's check Shark Scope, whatever it is.
I'm getting a puppy delivery right now. I promised Colette from Party Poker that that Buttercup would make at least an appearance. Come here, buddy.
Oh, yeah. I wish I had Obi to bring to the stream. Yeah. Oh man.
Nice.
We're keeping it professional here, so she only gets 10 seconds
Dog
of
stream.
face licking. But yeah, this is what happens when you're quarantined, right? You just collect animals. If the quarantine lasts 5 years, I'm gonna have a whole menagerie.
It's just gonna have a zoo in your house.
Yeah.
So actually, that's a question I wanted to ask you after this. I'll let this hand kind of resolve. Artium here with 2 pair. Might get one little bet out of Nick. I'm not so sure. Nick is definitely going to check this river over to Artium, and then we'll see whether he wants to call. If Artium sizes up, I don't think Nick ever calls. If he half pots it, maybe, but probably not. There's just too much stuff that he could have. But yeah, there it is, 2 mil. Let's see if he called. No. So here's my question, Jamie. I'm moving into a new place in Vegas, and we're all gonna be locked down there for a while. But in theory, another 6, maybe 12 months, life goes back to normal. We start traveling a bunch, poker tournaments. So I'm undecided about whether I'll get a dog. Before I'd been hanging out with Zach's dog, Obi, but now I'm gonna move out to my own place. So as a proud multiple dog owner, how realistic is it to have a dog but also travel the tournament circuit?
I think it's hard. I think I'm more of a homebody after I got the first one, Crouton. I find more reasons to play online. I'm like, man, I just love online poker, but really I just want to be around my dogs. So I don't know. Well, you have a friend you could always drop the dog off with. So
that's part of why I'm bringing this up. It's like a subtle way of saying, will you take my dog many months at a time?
Yeah. Many months. I mean, we'll see. If... Huge life improvement, though, getting a dog, honestly. Especially for poker players with mental swings. You just go through emotional up and down swings all the time. My dogs don't care if I'm rich or poor or if I bust a tournament. They're just like, you're home, sweet.
Sometimes I'll be playing online poker and I'll be like, I'll have some tilting things happen right before a break, and then we go on break and I go pet Obi, and it's like a reset button. It's amazing.
Yeah, awesome.
So I don't know if I can go back to the no dog life. I don't know if I have that in me.
You could
Hard
just
team
get
with a
like the
flush
Lon
draw.
McCarran. Bring
Yeah.
him.
Get the Lon. Sorry, that cut out a little bit. Get the Lon McCarran.
Sorry, I
What?
said Lon McCarran has a very portable little dog named Chachi. It's like 4 pounds. So
Okay.
Chachi just goes
Oh,
on
all
flights
right.
with him.
An option. I don't know. I was thinking of more of a dog than a gerbil, but that's cool too.
So if I'm our team here, I am well aware that Nick Petrangelo is a great player. Am I just trying to get it all in as soon as possible here, or what am I doing? Because he has shoved a couple times against Nick.
Matt.
Yeah.
You ask a good question, because if you think there's a very large skill disparity between yourself and your opponent, you are better served to just try and get the money in pre-flop and let luck do its thing, as opposed to letting that person, bleed you to death through paper cuts. I just, I don't want to speculate as to Artzium's heads-up game or his confidence in his heads-up game. But if I were in his shoes and I felt like Nick had a big edge on me, then anytime I had a decision pre-flop where it felt sort of close between, calling or just, or shoving it in, like I'm just going to take the shove it in option every time. Doesn't mean I'm going to blast away and try and really force it, but all of those borderline decisions become all ends.
I've been in that spot before. LAPC day 2 a few years back, I just looked at my table. I'm like, I'm the worst person at this table. I just had the most stacked table. And I ran headfirst into a flip and lost. But I told my friends a hand, they're like, it's a little much with 8s that you put in there. I'm like, yeah, but I was terrible at this table. So it's like 50% is fine when you feel like you're outmatched, right?
Mm-hmm. And in a heads-up match where there is truly no avoiding the best player on the table, it's just, okay, I'd much rather leave this up to fate than trying to outguess one of the best in the world over the course of, 150 decisions in our heads-up match.
Yeah.
One thing I will say for heads-up, though, is considering it's between 2 players and it's, quote-unquote easy for the money to go in, most heads up is surprisingly passive. You see a lot of checking down. You see a lot of like check, 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 block bet river. It's because, often people don't really have anything and the ranges are super wide. You just can't be pounding money into the pot when pretty often you're just not going to have a very strong hand. Here, though, Nick very much does.
Again, we got the small blind limp, which is okay heads up, right? I mean, that's fine. Heads up. Yes?
Yeah, at certain stack sizes, I want to say that computers stop raising and only limp, or like it gets close. Something like there's some weird stack size stuff heads up where you get to like, I don't know, 15 blinds or something, and then the computers just start limping almost all of the hands that they want to play or something close to it. So yeah, the way we think about limps and 8-9 handed poker does not really apply to heads up poker.
Let's see a 10 on the flop. See how it plays out. There it is.
Wow, you just
Just
get
what I
you
wanted
want
to
like
see.
that.
Exactly. We'll see how this plays. Okay, why the check
So,
on
yeah.
the flop there, Tony?
Well, we just talked about how heads up plays a little more passive than you might expect. And then, with the 2 7s out there, neither player has a hand that wants to put 3 streets of betting in here at all. They both have, 10 with a crap kicker, which means, depending on how this plays out, they have something between a weak value betting hand and a bluff catcher. And so we do see, I want to say, a 1 big blind bet call on the turn, if I saw that correctly. Was that right?
Yes, that is correct.
And then this river, same thing. Very just block bet sizing. Nobody really has a super strong hand. Nick is just going to call, and they'll chop this one up. But yeah, even on 10-7-7 when you're both holding a 10 in heads-up poker, you still have some real concern that your opponent can easily have a 7 or just have you out-kicked when your kickers are a 5 and a deuce. I see him finding some hands here. Not a bad flop for his hand either. I think that's one where he will feel pretty comfortable value betting. Yeah, right now, Artyom in a very nice position here. The other thing that you sometimes see people do, and I don't want to encourage this kind of thing, but you'll sometimes see people get into these spots and start stalling a lot to try and just crank up the blinds. They're like, oh, okay, well, this guy has an edge on me, and I see that the blinds are going to go up in, another 8 minutes or something, so I'm just going to stall every decision and try and, and so you see that happen both online and live. I would say it happens a little more live sometimes, but it's always frustrating when you're the opponent, like, hey, I'm here to play poker, and they're like, hey, I'm here to stall down to the blind increase.
It's also frustrating when you're the commentator. Do you remember me and you? It was me, you, and Scott Baumstein years ago, and we weren't told the camera was being put on us, and we're like on hour 11 of a stream, and we're just like melting. And they go to the booth. That's right. And we looked so unprofessional, but we were like, it was a stalling situation. It was every single time the short set got it in, they won, and we just gave up.
Artyom picking up some hands here. He's got 10s now. Just a monster heads up. Nick does make the call here.
Okay, check on the flop. No, Artyom can bet, he can check, either option is fine. I would guess that he is mixing.
Nick did pick up a flush draw here.
He did pick up the flush draw, but I would not expect him to bet because an ace-king board here is going to favor the pre-flop raiser, and when we turn a king, again, that's going to be a card a little bit better for the pre-flop raiser. So you see Artyom betting that card, even though it's an overcard for his hand, and this is sort of a mix of value protection. He's trying to bet against these raggedy diamond holding hands, exactly like the one that Nick had. So it's actually quite a nice bet from Artyom, and it's one that will get called by some worse pairs and pair plus diamond draws and things like that. So it looks a little weird to bet the king when you're holding 10s and you check back on the ace, but it actually makes quite a lot of sense in that setting.
The card distribution has definitely been in Artyom's favor so far. Pietrangelo just hasn't been able to make much happen.
Yeah, and how can you with 6 high and 9 high and just kind of nonsense every hand?
We're going to
Nick's
a break.
job right now is to wait it out.
You see our payout there, playing a $130,000 heads-up match with a bunch of added prizes from Hublot and Baccarat Crystal and Party Poker's $15K tournament champion seat. So still a lot on the line.
And we'll come back right after a short break to see who is our champion.
Life don't change until you change. We're all different but the same. We work hard and then we play. Life's a party, so enjoy yourself.
Vince and I are joined by the newest member of the WPT Champions Club, Gavin Cochran. He took down the World Online Championships 8 Max event just this week, winning over $500,000.
Oh, Lynn, this is so exciting for you, Gavin. You not only took home $540,000, you're going to win a beautiful Hublot titanium watch. You'll win a set of everyday baccarat tumblers. You're going to win respect from all the poker players around the world. How are you feeling right now?
Man, I feel great, and I have to be honest as well. Like I honestly didn't know about all these extra prizes: the watch, the baccarat crystal, the entry into the Tournament of Champions, name etched onto the trophy. So I'm absolutely buzzing right now. It's amazing.
Oh, that's awesome. It's such a dense schedule on the World Online Championship. So you're just playing so much, obviously. You probably had no idea. So we have 5 championship events, and you are officially now a Champions Club member, just like on our main tour. Now, this is an extra special trophy as well, because we just recently renamed our iconic Champions Cup the Mike Sexton WPT Champions Cup, and you are the very first one to have your name etched on that commemoration to the legend himself.
It's amazing. It's great. Yeah, I'm very happy. Yeah, but to be honest, like it's not my game of choice. The No Limit Hold'em. I usually play Pot Limit Omaha. So for me, like I had no idea what I'm doing. Like I'm clicking the best buttons that I can, and sometimes it works out great.
That's inspiring to hear, because I just click buttons as well, but it doesn't quite work for me. I haven't won over $500,000 in a WPT title yet, but it gives me hope.
Well, you have to not lose an all-in. That's what happened. I didn't lose an all-in, basically. You know, I'm so happy to see the World Poker Tour online for the first time. I don't like so much taking long flights to go and play an event. To be able to play in my own home is great. And, you know, I really hope it's not the last one that we see online.
Gavin, I heard about a big hand that you won a big flip on day 2 that kind of turned things around. Tell us about that.
Okay, yeah, I had no idea what to do in this hand. A short stack went all in. I had an ace and a king. That seemed like a good hand to me, and I bet all my chips. And then the guy to my left immediately called, and I thought, that is terrible, terrible news. I'm in big trouble. Luckily, he had queens, and I managed to win the flip. And it was actually a 3-way pot, and it was a huge pot, and it propelled me into a spot where I could abuse my position as chip leader, and it was kind of smooth sailing from there.
Hey Gavin, what is your life like when you get away from the tables? What do you like to do?
I guess what most people like to do. I live in London, so there's a lot of great stuff to do in London. I like to go see live music. I like to go to clubs. I like to go to restaurants. I like to see my friends. There's everything you can want in London. So,
do you have any superstitions in the poker world, being a great poker player?
Me and my wife joke around about the poker gods, so you just don't want to anger the poker gods. You don't want to tempt fate. You don't want to think that you're God's gift to poker and get too overconfident, you know? You've got to be humble, you have to respect the poker gods, and then you hope that they won't smite you down in your time of need, you know?
I think that's a great point. I mean, sometimes when a player mocks another player or gets mean to the dealer, poker guards are watching, right?
Oh, they'll punish you. They'll punish you immediately for that stuff. Yeah, yeah.
You mentioned your wife. Does she play poker as well?
No, she doesn't at all. No. She's a teacher. My wife is my mental coach.
And we're going to just record. I'm going to keep that sentence right there, and we're going to send that to your wife to just have on replay to remind you whenever you doubt. Well, Gavin, congratulations again. The newest member of the WPT Champions Club, winning the World Online Championships 8 Max event. Over $500,000 in your pocket. Vince, what else has he won?
Gavin, you're the big winner, big money. But on top of that now, you're in the World Poker Tour Tournament of Champions. That's a $15,000 entry. And of course, you get the beautiful Hublot titanium watch. Along with that, you get a set of everyday baccarat tumblers. I have one right here. And Lynn, you have yours.
I've got the champagne flute, which is only fitting for a very special toast. Congratulations, Gavin. Cheers,
guys. I'm overwhelmed. Thank you.
At Party Poker, we put players first because we are players first. You can't love poker if you're not into poker. You gotta be into it. You see my dog right here? My dog's name is Royal. See my cat? My cat's name is Flush. Look at all of my furnishings. Get a good look at it, huh? That's how into poker we are. That's why we got you. Love poker? Join Party.
Welcome back. We have come down to heads up, and we are playing for approximately 130K prize difference, including Hublot watch, Baccarat crystal set, and a 15K Tournament of Champions seat.
Wow, that was a swanky fade in, Matt. How'd you
I
do
know.
that? Right?
And we're back. All right.
So it looks like Nick has limped, if I'm seeing this right, and RCM checked with Jack 5 of clubs in the big blind. And not a bad looking flop for Nick's 5. It's not a perfect one either, but I like his check there. I don't think there's that much value to be had from betting. He does turn an open ender, as does Artium.
RCM betting his open ender there, and Nick has the same hand with the open ender, but also has 2 5s to go along with it and the best hand.
This could be an interesting street. Artium has nothing and needs to bluff to win. And Nick has pretty weak showdown value, so should Artium fire hard here, I kind of think it would get through. I think it would have been an okay spot to take that bluff. You really have no showdown value with your Jack 5, and your opponent can even have 9 and 10 whatever with your overcards that would peel the turn. So plus 1 pair hands that just kind of have a tough situation should you fire. So I don't think it's some mandatory bluff that he missed, and I don't even think you want to bluff it every time. But thus far, Artium has passed on a couple of river situations where he didn't have showdown value and potentially could bluff his way out of the hand, but opted not to. So we'll see if Nick picks up on that and folds a lot to his river bets, and then tries to do the value betting himself when he's out of position.
Both players flop a pair here. Nick with the best hand, 10-9 of diamonds, flopping top pair. Went for the check raise as RCM bet 800,000 and Nick raising to 2.6 million. RCM makes the call.
Nice raise from Nick. Pretty good turn for Nick too.
Nick wins this one with a bet on the turn. Top pair flush draw. Do need to say that Party Poker now has multi-table tournaments now available on their mobile app, joining what they already had with their cash games, their spin goes, their single table satellites, new lobbies, portrait play, and available with one finger on mobile to collect diamonds, rabbit hunt, and throw stuff. That sounds pretty interesting. I like throwing stuff. I do love the throwing stuff.
That's a new addition to online poker. Hopefully it doesn't carry over to the live realm.
Well,
I don't know. There's been some shoe throwing.
That is true.
All right, so Nick has top pair here and Artium with the ace of diamonds. So it does have the backdoor flush draw. RTM decides to check it.
Nick's starting to find some hands here. He's got top pair. And I would think is just going to start betting his hand, try and get 3 streets in. And Artyom makes the call with the ace high, ace of diamonds, and turns a 3rd diamond. In a lot of situations when you're the big blind and the, middling or 3rd third card pairs on the board, when you get to the turn, you lead out. But the thing about heads up poker is your opponent can be betting any of the pairs just as much as they would top pair on the flop. So you don't always have such a trips advantage the way you would if it was like, big blind versus early position and it comes, king jack 6 and then the turn's a jack. Well, your opponent's not betting too many of his jacks or not betting them at full frequency. So you kind of get to go ham on him. But here I like that RTM is checked and taking a more passive strategy. And of course, Nick did not care for that turn card himself, does recognize that it hurts his equity. He checks it back. And should Artyom decide to bet on this river, Nick is, he's going to look him up. He's not folding top pair here. Oh, wow. Okay, that's different.
Cow.
Whoa. Now I don't know. That's a big one. Wow, what a go for it. And honestly, if you're going to take a spot like that, having the ace of diamonds is exactly the kind of blocker that you want. I think if we were to talk about the ideal type hand to make that play with, it might be like ace and a more middling card that blocks some of the stuff that connects with jacks. But on the whole, using the ace of diamonds there as your big bluff go for it type hand is savvy poker. And as we saw, it accomplished getting Nick to fold top pair in a spot where I was literally queuing up how Nick was never folding to him.
It's not the best combo for Nick to be holding if he's trying to hero also, right, with the 10 in his hand that blocks some of the missed draws.
Exactly, that's a very good point. So I think maybe if Nick had the 10 of diamonds in his hand, he would just, shrug and look him up. But without it, I don't really blame him for folding either. It's just, it's a pretty puke spot. So we were talking before about how Artyom had definitely had his share of the better hands thus far in this heads up match, and that was a spot where he didn't, but made the most of what he had. And I had also said he didn't take a couple of bluff spots earlier, and I wasn't sure whether he would, and Artyom proving very much that those type of plays are in his arsenal, and maybe recognizing that he had built up a little bit of a passive image on rivers and used that to his advantage there.
So Party Poker is also doing some spins where you can turn $10 into a main event seat for $10,300. I know Jamie mentioned that earlier, but I think that's pretty incredible. 3 spins from $10 for your chance to get into the $10,000 event with a $10 million guarantee. That sounds pretty exciting. I'd love to take a shot at that. That's for sure. That's something I could win, is a spin. I could win a spin.
Nick with bottom pair here. Will not be folding to 1 bet on the flop. Artyom using a pretty reasonable combo as bluff on this king-queen 4 flop. Oh, Nick turning his hand into a raise. And you do see players make those kind of plays fairly often where they have bottom pair and their hand doesn't perform great calling and allowing their opponent to realize 2 streets of equity with what's, at a minimum 6 overcards, maybe even more outs than that. So in order to protect their equity, those bottom pair hands end up raising a little more than we might intuitively think.
I want to say also that Nick Petrangelo definitely practices what he preaches on his videos. I always watch his videos and go, does anyone really do these gangster plays in real life with real money on the line? But yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, in order to consistently compete at the highest stakes, you just have to be balanced in so many different spots because elite players will be very watchful of your tendencies, and if they spot something they can exploit, they will. And failing to have the appropriate amount of check raise bluffs and semi bluffs in your range makes you kind of easy to play against in the flop. If you check raise and you're like, okay, he just has it every time, or he has like a huge draw or something, but he never has the middling pair hand that I have to account for.
Lynn Gilmartin has just tuned into the stream from Australia. So hello, Lynn.
Hello, Lynn.
Nice
I don't
to
know if
see
it's
you
public,
woke up.
but she landed a new thing. She's out there doing things, acting and doing projects and stuff. And so, hopefully I'm not spoiler alerting it here, but she landed another one. So we're all very proud of her.
Nice.
Another
I'm
roll.
torn between rooting for her to succeed awesomely in the acting space, but being afraid she'd leave poker. So I hope she gets some success.
Yes, we've already made her.
I'm rooting for you to have an 8 out of 10 success.
It would be terrible if
she
she
do well,
left.
but not too well.
She's one of the best role models in poker. I just don't want her to
Yeah.
leave. Maybe she can just stop sleeping and do both jobs.
I'm still looking for something bad about her. I'm trying to find something to say bad about her, but I can't yet.
Can't.
I tried early on. I tried to say that she's going to be a diva. It just never really happened. She's just sweet all the time.
She's
Matter of
sweet
fact, I
all
had
the
to pay
time,
off.
and the
Yeah,
one time
I had to
I saw Lynn lose her temper, it was at like one of the worst people I know, and so that made me just love her even more.
Nick's going to pay this one off with a pair of sixes and lose to Artseum's queens. And Nick's down to 25 bigs. And Artseum pushing that 100 big blind level with 79 million. Yeah, it cost me $100. I bet Lynn that she would be a diva within 2 years. And she holds that against me to this day.
How do you win that bet? Like, what do you? She
no,
asked
because
somebody for water in the wrong tone, and you're like, "Yep, that's it. Pay it."
No, yeah, for sure. Right after that, she yelled, "Makeup! I need makeup!" And right after I paid her the 100, I think I would have won if I'd held out another 10 minutes. 10 more.
Yeah,
minutes.
the one time I worked with her, she said only blue M&Ms in a baccarat crystal bowl. So.
Yes.
What's that from? I feel like that's from something.
I don't know.
That's somebody made like that demand once or something. I swear. There was like I want to say like some famous band that was like, here's our list of demands that you're gonna have in our green room, and one of it was like, M&Ms, but only the blue ones, or something insane like that.
Nick's got a pair and a flush draw. Artseum has the same pair and a straight draw. So only a deuce is a pair. Gets check on the turn. Nick's going to win this hand if it goes to showdown with the queen kicker.
Or you know what? I want to revise that story. I remember now. They used it as a way to figure out which venues had read the contract. They put a bunch of reasonable stuff in, and they'd be like, yo, but he demands M&Ms in the green room, only blue ones. It was underlined and everything. And so then if they didn't get those blue M&Ms, they're like, yo, these people don't even read the contract. It's like this little trap they set for them. It's just I can't remember who did this.
Great.
Some huge act in like the 80s or 90s or something, but this was how they figured out who read the contract. Nick here limps in with his 7-3. So getting back to your question on limping, Matt, clearly if we see Nick limping hands as junky as 7-3, then limping's a big part of the heads up strategy at these stack sizes. And both players flop a pair, but check back on the flop. Artseum considerably stronger here. Now has a gut shot to go with his second pair, so I would expect him to start betting. I think on the flop he kind of had an option between bet and check, and then once we reach this turn, he very much wants to bet. And I don't see Nick folding for one bet, so we will go to a river.
All right, Lynn just said that she'll never leave poker. You heard it here
Yay.
first on the stream. I will never leave poker, Jamie. That's what she said.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah,
Then
that's
I
good
wish
to
you
hear.
all the success. You just have to cut out some time for us.
Exactly. At 25
easy
bigs,
to say
you're
right
not.
before.
Yeah. After a new big
Easy
roll,
to say
right?
before they offer you like a Marvel movie or something, you know.
Yeah.
Wow, she could be like Poison Ivy or something cool.
She could, yeah, totally.
I always say she's going to replace Nicole Kidman when she retires.
Yes, I mean there are a lot of pictures where I think she looks like her younger sister, and the
Yeah,
accent,
for sure.
everything too.
I mean, while I agree with you, you recognize that Nicole Kidman is a real person, right?
Yeah.
It's not
She's going to replace her
you
when
know,
she
a
retires.
character on a show that will be swapped in and out.
Right. Yeah.
What do you mean? I just call Phil Hellmuth Tony Dunst whenever I see him now.
No.
No, I'm Mike Sexton.
All right, King
That is
3,
the way that
King
people
9.
offer. You're the new Mike Sexton.
That's pretty cool. There are much worse people to be.
Next time I see Lynn, I'll be like, you're the new Nicole Kidman.
I do know that Mike Sexton's out there watching today, so we miss you, Mike.
What's up, Mike? How you doing? Sorry about college football, man. Next season.
Yeah, he's sending me notes. Yeah, college football. What a bummer.
Yeah. Mike's a big Ohio State guy. I'm a big Wisconsin guy. Our teams always play. We always lose. But every year I tell myself we might do it. Another hand, mostly being checked down here. Both players reach the river with a king on a 2-pair board. And I don't think either has an incentive to bet from what I've seen in the action so far. So I would anticipate this going check. Yep.
Everybody loves a split pot. You know that. So Nick being down to like 25 bigs, Tony, are you starting to? Yeah, that's fine. No, are you starting to worry about your stack? At what point are you starting to worry about just going into shove mode here?
It's actually pretty low. Heads up, I want to say that you're going to start shoving some hands in the range of 15 blinds, and then I think it becomes a little more. It becomes closer to push fold somewhere around 10, or maybe push limp. And to be honest, the limping heads up is a way to account for the fact that raising so many hands just risks getting shoved on and putting you in a lot of unprofitable situations. So limping allows you to enter the pot and potentially realize some equity on your hand by getting to a flop without having to risk as much when it's a significant portion of your stack. So in a way, when you see guys get short in heads up matches and you start seeing them limping a lot, it's almost like you're seeing them raise instead. Their option has kind of become between, raise and fold to limp and fold. And so as Nick gets shorter, it's not so much that he's going to, everything gets urgent. It's that the strategy shifts away from the raising and towards the limping.
And how much does the ante structure change your strategy, Tony? Like when it becomes big blind ante, every pot's huge. When they do half ante, how much does it change how often you're going to limp or raise?
Pretty significantly. I'm not a heads up expert, so I'm not as adept at making those adjustments, but often we are playing big blind ante. So if you limp in, there's going to be 3 blinds in the pot, whereas on the, when you and I play on the US facing sites, they don't really use big blind ante. So when you get heads up, you're starting to talk about a very small percentage of the big blind being out there in antes. And so you're going to want to, in those situations, my guess is with the big blind ante, you have a higher incentive to limp because you want to realize the equity on pretty much every hand. Whereas with the lower ante, you're just going to end up folding and, not really losing as much, obviously, or not having the same incentive to make sure that you get to a flop and realize the equity on the hand. You're just not receiving anywhere near as good of a price. So yeah, you'll just end up seeing people play more hands when there's a big blind ante. You're sort of forced into it.
As is evidenced there by the limp with 8-3 off. If you're not folding 8-3 off, you're probably not folding anything.
Right. Exactly. Yeah, we saw him limp 8 deuce earlier. Now 8-3. We saw the 7-3. So it does make me wonder. Are there hands in Nick's just open folding range? Like the 8-3 and 7-3 have, a little bit of a high cardish going on, but is he just like, is he limping 6-2-0? Is he limping, 5-2-0, things like that? I think he might have a few folds in there, but I'm really not sure.
And RTM is calling out of the small blind with a suited ace. That's kind of going away from what he was doing earlier, obviously.
I like that though. So the weird thing about suited aces, I'm not a heads up player, but to use it as a comparison, when we're in these spots with like 15 to 20 blinds and the big blind facing a raise from the button, we're jamming all of our, junky offsuit aces, but we're actually calling pretty much all of our suited ones because we want to be able to get to the flop with some aces in our range, and they play fairly well post flop, whereas the offsuit ones don't. And so Artsium choosing to limp ace-4 suited here in a spot where we might expect him to raise because it's a pretty good hand seems similar to that situation where he's trying to make sure he gets the flops with enough aces that Nick can't just go crazy every time there's an ace on the flop and trust that Artsium doesn't have it. And he's using the hands that are least comfortable raise calling a shove pre-flop. Like ace-4 suited can raise and call Nick's shove, but considering your kicker is a 4, you're never thrilled about it.
And Nick just made a straight here on the turn, and that'll win the pot. Bet of 4.1 million. $78 million to $21 million. There you go. Just about 100 million chips in play.
And we are playing with, as compared to a big blind ante, a pretty small ante here. We're looking at 200K in antes in there, as opposed to 800K. And so even with the small ante, you still see Nick completing all of those junky hands in the small blind, and it shows you what a priority there is on realizing the equity of your hand heads up when your opponent just, your opponent has 2 random cards. They really do. They have everything, which is not the case when, if you're facing a raise from middle position, early position, out of the big blind, then we can start to narrow our opponent's range rather easily. But in heads up, it's just like, I got to complete because my opponent could literally have any 2 cards. Ooh, here we go. So a shove or a raise from Artsium with the 6s. And 25 blinds a little much for Nick to call off there with ace-3. So he gets out of the way and makes what we can see was a good fold.
Once in a while, I run into the problem of watching very good players or commentating on them, and then thinking this is how I should play. I think limping from Nick's position with a wide range of hands where he's going to play them perfectly post flop is smart. I think if you're kind of new at poker and you start having the 8-3-0 post flop, it gets a little bit more dangerous.
That's a good point. That less experienced players should maybe shift towards the razor fold strategy because they're not going to find those thin bluffs and those thin value bets post flop. Yeah, definitely a good point. So Nick here had bottom pair on the flop, now 2 pair of 5s and 8s on the turn. He likes to check. Again, in a spot where his hand can't really profitably bet 2 streets, and he's not dying for protection here. He's certainly aware that checking allows his opponent to realize 6 outs pretty often going to the river, but he really just doesn't want to bet and then have to face a decision on the river. And now, even if that river was a brick, I would expect him to value bet, and certainly on a jack, it's a little easier. But it is a little frustrating to think that, hey, I'm trying to basically bet and get called by a 5 here, and I blocked the 5. So that's unfortunate.
So he does bet there and wins the pot. Tonight on Party Poker, there is a limited edition WPT event for just $11. They have a 20,000 guarantee. Man, I wish I could play in that. I would love to.
You and me both.
That's
man.
my
Yeah.
speed, you know. And there's a mini main event seat added to the winner as well, so make sure you check that out if you are able to. Our next WPT Championship event happens on the 15th. It is the Knockout Championship with a $3 million guarantee and $3,200 buy-in. Like we were talking about earlier, I love those knockout events. How do you do in those, Tony?
I love those too because, well, sometimes they're freeze outs, and sometimes they're not, but they create a dynamic where anytime it's close pre-flop, you have to go with it because of the added extra money from the bounty. And so, yeah, it tends to push people towards playing more wacky all-ins pre-flop. I think it can just be good for the action. And I also just, if it's a freeze out, I love a good freeze out because there's the finality of it. It's just the idea of like every single time you call off the stack, like this could be it. And yeah, so the bounty aspect kind of balances the like fear you create in a freeze out, and then the, I guess you'd say, greed you create in a bounty.
We've seen those every year when we used to have the WPT Shooting Star event, where all the locals were shooting for those bounties early on. And as it got later in the tournament, it became a little more serious. So people didn't care as much about the bounty. They were more going for the first place prize. So it's definitely a different dynamic in those events. So I'm looking forward to seeing that one as well.
Yeah, for the most part, I agree with you. But then there's someone who wants the bounty to the bitter end, even though the prize pool completely should outweigh your thought of winning just a little bit and a medal. Some people just never stop going for it.
Nick just picked up a pretty sizable pot there. He picked up $5 million in that last pot. It's almost similar to the hand before. He flopped a middle pair and made his second pair on the river and picked up $5 million. He's now up to 32 bigs. Like if I'm artsy him, I'm like worried. I don't want Nick to get close to me. I want to try and end it on the next hand. That's my feeling as an amateur player. I just want to get it over with.
Ian, I feel you. The dilemma is if you force it, then you'll get it over with in his favor. So
yeah,
this is
that I don't want.
That's what you don't want, right?
I think that's a good mindset shift to have, is to just, when you get heads up with someone, no matter what the stack sizes are, to just go like, this could last a while, and not let the feeling of like, I need this to be over right now sink in.
And heads up matches often do, of course they can resolve like instantly, super quickly, but it's more often you see something like this where, two players with a lot of skill end up sort of jabbing at each other until someone throws a haymaker.
Also, if I'm Art's team, I'm like, let's get this, just if it gets about even, I'm going to offer him a deal. And what's Nick going to say to that?
It's good luck with that.
Oh, here we go. Our team's got aces now. Always a great hand to have heads up, or full ring, or whenever. I hate getting aces on the first hand of the tournament. That's what I hate. Every other time, I'll take it.
Safe enough flop for Artsium here. I think he'll just start betting his hand. I don't really know why you wouldn't. And not really enough here for Nick to get mixed up, but maybe, he does have a whole bunch of backdoor draws and an overcard, but my guess is 10-7-3. We see him continue, and 10-6 he folds. I'll be back in 1 sec there, guys.
Sure.
Jamie, do you feel like if you were at this final table, you would have somebody watching how you're playing or watching how the other player's playing, and then later on you come back and you check it out? Would you do that, or would you?
I think for sure. I think that people really should do that, because I think most players, especially live, will have at least some friends watching the stream and just being able to feed you what their whole cards had been in case you're, sometimes it gets in your head where you play a big pot and you're like, I feel like I was bluffed, I'm not sure. And that could eat away at you if you just let yourself think about it. But if I said, hey, I called my friend Matt and told him to watch the stream, I know you'll tell me later how I did. And I think sometimes just it gives you a little bit of a peace of mind, just knowing, knowing if your decision was right or wrong or whatever. And I think most players do that now. So if you don't, you're kind of giving up an edge.
What if you were wrong, though? What if you were wrong and he did bluff you? And then
I still would want to know.
Affect you different? You still want to know. All right.
Maybe you just get one of your friends who's a good liar. Just be like, no, you're playing great.
All right. The 5, 3, 4 on the flop, 2 hearts, a 4 hearts on the turn. Artseum does have the 9 of hearts. Nick has a 6, which is the top side of that open and straight draw. And Artseum does bet his straight draw and his flush draw, and he wins the pot. So I was just asking Jamie if you're on one of these stream final tables, are you having a friend watch it and tell you what's going on, or? I think it could affect you both ways. Yeah, I think if you get bluffed in a big hand, or if you bluff somebody in a big hand, or make a wrong decision, it could actually set you off in the wrong direction. But I'm not sure.
I tend to think that I'll fare better with more information as opposed to less. The tricky part is just finding somebody who's willing to sit here for a couple of hours and feed you all that info. For the most part, poker players did not become poker players to do homework. And so, if you have somebody with a financial incentive, it's very easy. But if you're just like, hey, bro, will you watch my table and like do a bunch of work for me while I'm playing for $0? Like a lot of people are like, no. Like I've got, NBA is on.
I'll give you a 20.
Yeah.
$20 is $20. Let's go. Nick's got a pair here. Now a full house.
Fairly purposeful pace here. I'm a little surprised. It's not often you see them tanking this long between decisions.
It's part of that posture,
and I don't think that there's...
No?
I don't really know. Normally, you don't really see very much, posturing or stalling amongst elite players, and especially once there's no incentive to do so. Sometimes it's just a balancing your timing thing. People are like, okay, sometimes I'm going to need extra time to make a decision, and I don't want that to be clearly reflected in how long I'm time banking, so I'm just going to tank 5 to 8 seconds on every decision, so you can never be sure whether I'm considering things or not.
I think Jason Kuhn's blog post about what he's thinking about when he is taking a little bit of time was helpful for me to never get annoyed. If it's like, if Petrangelo is taking 10 seconds, he's running through a list of things that just doesn't even enter most players' minds to decide the best sizing or whether to check back or whatever it is. His blog post was great, but it also made me feel like I don't play poker at all.
Yeah, you're not.
Kuhn's list is like.
I don't know if I saw that one. I've definitely read some Jason blogs.
Well worth the read. Very good blog post.
Sounds like I should check it out, though. And yeah, Jason is, I believe, pretty good friends with Nick as well.
On
certainly
the high,
some of his. It's a
high
small
limit
circle
streets.
once you get to the stakes,
Yeah.
really. Yeah.
Right. Nick's a good friend with a lot of these guys, so he's definitely a great coach from what I've heard, and Jamie has confirmed that before. Sevens versus 8-7. Yeah. Blinds are 500,000, 1 million, I believe, at this point. the 150K ante.
And Artisan will be just fine going to the flop. In position with his suited connector. Not the most exciting flop. Maybe Artisan gets cute considering he has a couple of backdoor draws here. Like, you know, if we talk about the kind of hands that want to do something other than fold on ace 4-4, if we're gonna ever, you know, bluff raise or like peel as a float and then do some stuff on the turn, things like 5-6 with the backdoor, 6-7 with the backdoor seem like leading candidates. Occasionally you'll use like a suited Broadway with the backdoor, but 8-7 I suppose is just a bit too disconnected from all that to get involved.
And with Nick's aggression pre-flop, he just might have you so absolutely dominated it's not even worth trying to peel.
Yeah, and you know, with their playing so passive, I would end up giving Nick a little more credence for the ace than usual. Maybe that's, again, you know, I'm not a heads-up specialist. I'm not exactly sure the type of adjustments we should be making there, but on the whole,
Well,
when it's just kind of going,
you can defer
check,
to Matt
check.
Savage and I. Matt and I are
Okay.
heads-up specialists, so if you have any questions, you can just direct them to us.
So you gonna coach Doug for his matchup with Negreanu?
That would be amazing. If that takes place, it'll be pretty fun. It'll be entertainment value.
Are we back to the if stage? I thought this was confirmed.
I think it's happening. I don't know when or I don't know. I just, you know, that's all I'll say.
Who are you rooting for, Jamie?
I don't want to fight anyone anymore. I really don't. I like puppies and poker, and I just don't want to fight anyone anymore.
Well, Daniel has puppies.
Oh. I'm sure she'll be rooting for the guy that taught her how to overcome adversity at work. Not much happening on this ace 3-3 flop with both players having jack rag. Artisan being the one to voluntarily put money into the pot here does have a little bit of an ace advantage, but I would say a 3 disadvantage. Takes a stab at it. Nick, not connected, gives that one up.
You know, you very rarely get heads-up specialists willing to give any info to anyone. Do you realize that? The guys who are like the top of the heap and heads up, they don't want to commentate. They don't really want to make courses on it. It's such a protected knowledge.
And understandably so. The player pool is very small and very, very competitive. It's a bunch of people who really do their homework on each other. So there is a real strong disincentive to be out there sharing how you think about the game, what your strategy is. And here we see Nick move all in with the ace-7 over the raise, take it down. But yeah, and you know, if you're killing it at heads-up poker, especially at high stakes, you're probably making a very good living. So if some poker company calls you up and they're like, hey, how'd you like to make, you know, a working wage to share your most precious information in front of all of your opposition, you're probably like, yeah, lose my number, you know. So
that goes all the way back to the early days of the World Poker Tour and, you know, the hole card cameras where Eric Seidel did not want to share that information at any point. And he ended up realizing that it was going to be worth more to him by, you know, expanding poker itself, that he ended up doing it. But he never really loved it. And he still doesn't love it.
No, he didn't, but, you know. That's, I get where those players were coming from, but it is also good that they eventually came around to the big picture. And yeah, certainly where poker was 15 to 20 years ago at the threshold of spilling over into a huge mainstream popularity, I think there was a lot of good reason to share as much as possible back then. But now with poker becoming a little more insular and fewer new players, and especially fewer new players just jumping into the high stakes nosebleeds heads up game, that's not really a thing. Yeah, I would get why they would want to be very protective. Meanwhile, Artyom here has river trips in a spot where Nick has some showdown value. I would expect him to get one bet out of Nick here. Oh, he does go with the over bet though. We'll see now.
I like this. His one over bet was absolute dust bunnies, and now he has trips on the second one.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
and he got him. You will see when players face river over bets that polarizes their opponent's range, they actually like having deuces and threes in their range with a decent amount of the hands they call with, because they unblock all of the bluffing combinations their opponent could hold. So on a board like that, and I can't remember the exact texture, but there was a decent amount of missed straight possibilities. And when you're holding the four with the deuce or the three there, it is unlikely that you have one of those hands that is blocking a connected but didn't actually get showdown value type hand from your opponent. That said, in a pot that's check to the river, blocking draws is a little less relevant. If your opponent was drawing and wanted to bet, he probably would have bet at an earlier street. But still, Nick facing one bet on the river, I'm not shocked that he ended up calling. Here with third pair now. It's the eights to go with his queens. Artyom not really connected here. Also doesn't have too much reason to bet, but a gut shot and no showdown value may inspire him, but no, he will check. And a 3 on the river will not improve him. So we'll see whether Nick value bets here. It's just a tricky spot for Nick to value bet because there's not a lot worse that can call you. Like even if you get called by an 8, you're chopping. You're just like, well, maybe he'll call ace high or a 3. And, most of the ace highs are reaching a point where they might just jam on you pre-flop. Most of the king highs have a draw that would have bet. So, Nick correctly realized that his opponent had gotten to the river with a hand that was always going to be weaker than his, but also just kind of a tough spot to get paid off. Ace king suited for Petrangelo, but I can't imagine he will get action. No, he will not. Man, imagine playing an online poker tournament for $500,000 though. Like, oh, I would just be a bundle of nerves.
Yep. It's great though. I really am excited that these prize pools are taking place online because I just didn't think we'd ever see it again. It's been a while since the poker boom, and obviously, with so many competing live events, online just can't ever get this big usually.
That's right.
It's pretty awesome.
So Matt, I will ask for your expert opinion on this. When do you think we see major live tournaments again?
I think we're going to see something towards the end of this year. I really do. Just because net poker rooms are opening up, we're not seeing a bunch of breakouts in these poker rooms as of yet. So I think somebody's going to try something, whether or not the masses attend or international travel is opened or whatever is another story. But I do think we're going to see something towards the end of the year. That's my prediction. I think that they're getting a better handle on things, and obviously we keep hearing that a vaccine is coming nearer. So we'll hope that it will happen, and then we'll see if somebody will be out there willing to run one and if players are willing to play. I think that that's something that may happen towards the end of the year. At least that's my hope. But I hope that by early next year we're ready to get back to it. And I'm looking forward to going back to work out on the live streets. You know, I've enjoyed doing all the stuff with Club WPT and Party Poker and all the things that we're doing in those areas. But it's really expanded my role, which I'm happy about. But at the same time, I'm a live tournament director and the World Poker Tour director. So I'm ready to get back out there. So I hope it happens soon, and we'll see.
Your Twitter must be so much more interesting right now, though. You don't just have all those questions from players that are like, hey, Matt, tell me what the tournament director should have done in this spot. You actually get to participate in Twitter and like like you could look at dog pictures and jokes and you're not bogged down, right?
Right, exactly. And I've learned a lot. I've learned a lot just from, the other side of the industry. I really didn't focus on the online side of it as much. Maybe I should have done that more often. And getting to play and stream and do some of the things that I have on Club WPT, as Tony Lynn and Vince Van Patten and I do every week, it really has opened my eyes to a whole nother side of the poker community that I never saw before. We have a great community of players that I've never met, and look forward to meeting when we get back out there.
Yeah, I'm hoping that your timeline is right on, because while I've enjoyed, the last heavy 6 to 9 months of online poker, I always enjoyed the balance of alternating between the two, keeping both fresh. There's a lot of advantages to both, but there's also some pretty strong disadvantages to both, and it's much easier to look past them when you have that choice. Well, do I feel more of an online poker mood, more of a live poker mood? Do I want to go fly to some faraway place because I'm interested in a vacation there, or I just want to battle for the big money live, or whatever it happens to be? So, this quarantine has been very lucky for me, and I've tried to do my best to prepare myself for when things go back to normal. But man, I just I miss pulling up a chair at like a live WPT 10K, looking around the table, being like, okay, we're settling in, we're shooting at that 6-7 figure payout, whatever it is up top. I don't know. It's just every single time you, as a gambler, you really just get your hopes up. You tell yourself that today is the day. It's gonna be different today, and it's my day today, and I'm gonna be the guy who 2-outs them.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I enjoy a lot. I enjoy online poker. I always have. It's where I basically came from. But you don't really get your hopes up in the same way. It's this is more of another day at work, and I like this day at work. Don't get me wrong, but it doesn't feel like I'm going to the giant sweepstakes.
Yeah, I love online poker, but there is nothing better than bagging chips in a live tournament. The feeling you get, especially if you have a day off for like a second day one, and you get to just have a day off having chips in a bag. You can't have that feeling from online poker, and I miss that.
So nice. Oh yeah, you're right. That is really nice when you have the day 1B break, and then you get to check Twitter if people complaining about busting out, and you're just sitting there and living the must be nice version of life.
Oh, and that's the day if I always lived like I had chips in a bag, I would be like the healthiest, happiest person. I like go to the gym, eat a salad, study some hands, and I'm like, great. I'm like, why don't I just do this when I don't have chips in a bag?
Yeah, why don't you?
I don't know.
You just have less hope, I guess.
Yeah, it is. It's the optimism that like gets you to live your best life. Yeah.
Here we go. So Art's in with pair sevens. Nick with 9-5 gets to the flop, limped. And Nick connects with bottom pair. Neither player holding a spade on our monotone flop. And that will be an action killer. Already I figured that, these two would probably play this pot cautiously. But with the fourth spade, they're really just going to try and show down their weak pairs. And I'd be pretty surprised if either player put another bet into this pot. Huh. Interesting. So I guess Nick is turning his hand into a bluff, and savvy again recognizes that his bottom pair must not be good. His opponent probably has slightly better than him. Decides to turn his hand into a bluff. I mean, this is why people talk about him as being one of the best in the world. There's another situation where just the vast majority of players are like, look, I have some showdown value here. Maybe my hand is good. My opponent's probably not going to bluff me too much. I'll just check and I'll check and hope to win. And Nick picked up that he was not going to get that through often enough that bluffing wasn't the better alternative, and he goes for it. So yeah, really savvy stuff.
Seems fair.
Couple of same hands. Kind of an interesting flop for these two hands. A little more interesting if Nick also has a backdoor flush draw. As is, I would expect Artyom to bet. And there's just not that much pot for Nick to draw to here with his gut shot. Normally if it's like you're in the big blind, raise, call, okay, there's 5 blinds in the pot, and then somebody bets 1.4, and you're like, okay, well, maybe I can peel with my gut shot. Here, I'm less okay, yeah, this makes perfect sense.
Every time we think that, he's just...
right, I'm thinking like, oh, maybe you're going to have to fold, and then Nick goes for door number 3. He's like, aha, therefore this is the raise. And yeah, awesome stuff. You got a little bit of equity there, but you don't really care if you're blown off your hand right here and now, and you don't want to call because you just, you don't have that much to draw to, so you turn your hand into a raise. Makes perfect sense, and yet again, this is why Nick is amongst the best.
Definitely fun to watch.
Yeah, I was a little bummed out. I was watching last night when Big Huni lost that big flip. It was actually against Artyom, because Huni is someone who's really fun to watch heads up too. There's just, the rules are out the window, and you really never know what he's going to do, and he just keeps the aggression up and takes big chances. So it's pretty interesting watching him play. I was a little disappointed he didn't make the final table. I would love to see a Huni and Pietrangelo, Unicorn Pietrangelo heads up match would probably be so amazing to watch.
And then again, this is the stage of the tournament where I just feel like if I'm Artyom, like that, Nick's just taking little bites of me,
Mm-hmm.
and building up his stack. $71 million to $28 million. Nearly $100 million in play here.
Looks like we're gonna take a little break. Be back with more.
You never know when your time is going to come to rise above the rest, to seize the opportunity, to be crowned a champion.
Every once in a while, you get one of those final tables that you say, wow. Tonight is one of those.
This message is for the real stars of poker. I'm talking about you, my people, the players. Look, you play the game for the right reasons. Tension, the wins, the beats. But the things that we play for, they've been changing. The game we love is under threat. Most poker operators are only interested in one thing. These guys see the money, but they don't feel the game like we do. They don't care about you and I, the little guys. See, these punks are letting some bad things into poker. Like predators, right? Using unfair tech so they know your moves before you do, and they're all anonymous, and I say no more. Because poker should be played fair. with people who care about the game, not just their rate. And Party Poker are those people. We're putting players first because we are players first. Party Poker gives over 1/3 of their revenue back to players, and we're innovating. That's why players are joining us every day, like these guys, legends, fellow legends. If you love poker, like we love poker, it's time to join Party, because this is poker. Oh man. Okay, we're here. Yeah, it's a party, people.
Phil Ivey is all in.
All in.
All in.
All in. All in. Yes, I call.
We're going down to the river.
It's a 5 of spades. It's over. Tony Dutt has done it. Pino Ream is now a 2-time WPT champion. Bill Ivey has done it.
Mike Sexton done it.
At Party Poker, we put players first because we are players first. You can't love poker if you're not into poker. You gotta be into it. You see my dog right here? My dog's name is Royal. See my cat? My cat's name is Flush. Look at all of my furnishings. Get a good look at it, huh? That's how into poker we are. That's why we got you. Love poker? Join Party.
Vince and I are joined by the newest member of the WPT Champions Club, Gavin Cochran. He took down the World Online Championships 8 Max event just this week, winning over $500,000.
Oh, Lynn, this is so exciting for you, Gavin. You not only took home $540,000, you're going to win a beautiful Hublot titanium watch. You'll win a set of everyday Baccarat tumblers. How are you feeling right now?
Man, I feel great, and I honestly didn't know about all these extra prizes. The watch, the Baccarat crystal, the entry into the Tournament of Champions, name etched onto the trophy, so I'm absolutely buzzing right now. It's amazing. You know, I'm so happy to see the World Poker Tour online for the first time. To be able to play in my own home is great, and you know, I really hope it's not the last one that we see online.
Well, congratulations, Gavin.
Cheers, guys. I'm overwhelmed. Thank you.
Don't change until you change. We're all different but the same. We work hard and then we play. Life's a party, so enjoy yourself.
At Party Poker, we think poker should be fair as well as fun. Not like some of these guys letting predators get out of control. So unfair. You don't even stand a chance. It's like us getting in the ring with a boxing heavyweight. This is a David and Goliath situation. We're all Davids now. You know what that means. It's time for us to kick some Goliath butt. Yeah, you better stop it, all right? It's on. You love fair poker? Join Party.
Hello and welcome back. In case you're just tuning in, this is the heads up conclusion of the $3 million guarantee WPT and Party Poker 6 Max event, and they are currently playing for $130K and a bunch of prizes. $494,000 for first place to be exact.
A $15,000 seat added by Party Poker. The Tournament of Champions seat added. A nice little plus there from Party Poker in this WPT Championship.
Got the Hublot Classic Fusion Titanium watch for $7,500 value, and a set of everyday baccarat crystal tumblers as well. Lots of stuff on the line here.
King 6-6 on the flop here. Artesium has ace queen. He's up against 10-7 for Petrangelo. The bet of 1 million from Artesium leads to a fold by Nick. And Artesium still in the chip lead. He's had it most of the day. Nick did have the chip lead for just a short time earlier today.
And we calculated your votes in the chat, and Tony Dunst has been cut from the stream. So I thank you guys for your votes.
Exactly. I made a phone call to the people at Party Poker, and I said, get him out of there. And so he's gone. No. Loved having Tony here. Tony is not only a great commentator, but he knows online poker much better than I do. So it's always great to have him. He's become a good friend over the years. He had big shoes to fill when Mike Sexton left the World Poker Tour, but I think he's done a great job.
Yeah, and he's modest because he didn't even mention. Oh, I was just gonna say good stuff about him, but he didn't even mention that. Not only did he win a bracelet, but he won the Sunday Major in our little tiny online event here. So, I would have found a way to brag that, Tony, and you didn't. So good job.
I had made a call to Rob Young on the break that we could boot Tony Dunst off the stream. And apparently I don't hold as much weight as others do in the industry. Sadly, Tony's back.
I mean, I called Rob and said, can we please cut Jamie? So we're playing rock, paper, scissors here, Matt.
Exactly. They didn't want it to be just me. So Artesium does make a pair on the end there. Top pair with jacks. So they have quite an intense championship schedule on Party Poker. I'm looking at it here, and they've only had 4 so far, where there's another 6 to go. The next one, as I said earlier, was the Knockout Championship on the 15th. On the 22nd, there's a Mixed Max event, which is a $3 million guarantee, $3,200 buy-in. And then on the 30th, they're doing the Mini Championship. It has a $5 million guarantee with a $1,050 buy-in. Tony, you need to get out of the country and go play that event. For sure.
You're preaching to the choir here, Matt.
Yeah.
I really wish that were the case. I kind of considered it, but I'm visiting my parents right now, and I hadn't seen them since Christmas. So after the U.S. facing poker action wrapped up a bit, I thought about it, and I don't really, how to put it, I don't really want to risk travel right now, unless it's something as just as urgent as seeing my family for the first time in 6 months. Don't get me wrong, I love poker, would be loved to be playing our WPT World Online Championship events, but to be honest, I take COVID seriously enough that essentially my whole life is about risk mitigation right now. And yeah, it's kind of where I'm at.
Artsy making the call here, and Nick's already made a straight here on the turn. The river doesn't change anything. But
no,
it does put a flush
not
out
about
there.
this. Right. Doesn't change the strength of their hands, but does change what is the nuts in this hand. But with this pot only being 4 blinds going to the river, Artesium will never lose more than 1 bet if he loses a bet at all.
And Nick knows that, so he bets 1.5 million.
The small silver lining I thought there could be for this for poker in the pandemic is that maybe legislators will take a look at online poker in the U.S. again, because there's so many people who want to play. Clearly, like there are a lot of states that have it close to being settled, and I don't know. I just think a lot of people get driven to unregulated sites because they don't have a choice. And I really wish this might get the ball rolling towards having a slightly bigger presence for companies like Party Poker in the U.S.
I echo everything that you said. However, I have followed online poker and politics long enough to think that what the constituents want and what gets legislated is so disconnected that there was never a moment in the pandemic where I thought like, oh, maybe this will lead to more legislated online poker. It's just like strictly, did the incentives change for the people who are the gatekeepers of power? If yes, maybe. If no, then no. And nothing about the pandemic changed their incentives. So I felt like such a dark cloud because I saw all of these tweets at the start of the pandemic basically expressing that idea like, wow, there's going to be so much interest in online poker. Maybe this will finally get the ball rolling towards legislation. And I'm just like, you're drawing dead. You have no shot. If it happens, it will be ever so slowly and gradually, one state at a time, and then they will go through this incredibly arduous process to see who gets the license. And just like, no, I felt so bad. But every single time I saw one of those tweets, I just wanted to come in and be like, you're all wrong. Nobody knows what they're talking about. And I was just like, don't do it, Tony.
I'm glad we had this talk, Tony. I feel
Yeah.
great. Thanks.
Yep.
Hey, we
Happy to
might
be
need
a
the money,
breath
though,
of
right?
fresh air.
Yeah, our
Yes.
country might need the money, so we'll see.
Now we're talking. There you
Decent
go.
flop here. Look at this flop. Nick's flopped trip kings up against Artsium's 2 pair, kings and 10s. And 1 spade on the board also. Is this a pot where all the chips could go in, Tony?
No, I don't think the pot is quite large enough for that to happen when Artsium has second pair here. I think that Nick will look to get stacks in, but with that being, a 3x pot, 3.5x pot on the turn, I think that Artsium will lose some money in this pot, but is very unlikely to end up getting stacked by Nick. This is, this is kind of the deciding point. I would guess that Artsium calls and then makes his decision on the river, but he may just give up right here. Because it's not like his hand can improve. There you go. Yeah. It's not like his hand can improve. So it's one of those spots where you might see somebody call Queen Jack and fold 10-8, even though 10-8 clearly the better hand in that moment because Queen Jack can find, the queen or the jack might actually be good, and should it find an ace or a 9, it can just comfortably get stacks in. So.
Yeah, I think the fact that it was a rainbow board really hurt Nick's chances of getting more money in because it's hard to put him on draws you're beating. There's not a whole lot out there. So the 10-8 just kind of has to find the muck.
What are you drinking, Tony? It looks like a bottle of Morton salt.
Oh, yeah, it's a U.S. Open cup from fonder times when that was a thing.
Oh,
and
nice.
just getting some water in there. And I wonder if we're gonna have a U.S. Open this year. It's kind of on the fence. I was playing tennis earlier today. My parents both play tennis. I was out hitting with my dad, and we always watch the U.S. Open. It's technically still scheduled right now, but a whole bunch of the top tennis talent in the world has pulled out. So curious to see whether the tournament actually goes off and whether it's really as compelling when you're, the top seed in the tournament might not even be a top 10 player in the world.
It's interesting what sports. Yeah, certain sports golf, and I feel like tennis is a sport where it seems like it could be pretty safe as long as they can kind of keep the people who work around the event. Besides poker.
Yeah, and I don't know if you guys have been following the NBA in the bubble too closely, but that is very much heating up. And I've become a huge NBA fan in recent years, so they're just about on the cusp of the playoffs now. There's been a lot of interesting betting opportunities the last few days because these games have been, for some of these teams, irrelevant. And so you get lines that are priced as if they're normal competitive games, but we don't really know how serious either team is going to take it. So they're, I'm not a professional sports bettor, but I've at least tried to take advantage of a little of that uncertainty, I guess you would say. Now, this is interesting. Nick, again, turning a pair into a bluff raise, but Artsium with the third nut flush, would not be folding here. I would be very surprised. And
Nick's got to shut it down here, right?
I would think so. I would be, again, really surprised if he goes for it, but bluffing on.
Oh,
that could be it, guys. Man, I just never guess right with Nick. I hope this is why I said please don't let him in the TOC. I just know I never guess right with him ever. What a spot for RCM. But if I'm in his, I mean, again, I'm looking at the cards. But if I'm in his shoes, I generally just don't end up folding here. I don't like it, but I tell myself like, I'm too high in my range. Heads up poker. I guess I call.
This could be the championship here if he makes the call.
What a spot. What a spot.
Oh, and he makes the fold.
Wow.
Whoa.
Oh boy. Wow.
Broke the system here. That broke
that bluff just broke the whole system.
Unbelievable. What was that?
That
I'm
was
not good enough to
awesome.
make that fold. I'm gonna call that every time, 100 out of 100 times. Especially against a guy like Nick Bertangelo. Wow, what a hand.
What a hand.
I'm gonna go rewatch all his videos. It's insane.
I'm just on the, that's one of the spots I really am at a loss, where you get to the turn, you four flush, like exactly what hands we want to turn into a bluff raise and then go for it. I just don't know. And so seeing Nick execute that there and actually use a hand that's paired is very interesting to me and makes me want to ask a lot of questions. But I can't right now. He's playing.
Yeah, I mean, RTM.
This is kind of going back. Yeah, this is kind of going back to Artisan, just sort of trying to end it. Like you said, I think sometimes when it's not going your way, you're like, I'm gonna try and end this, and you just, I have a reasonable hand. I'm putting the money in. This guy's putting me in spots. I'm ending this, but there was a very good opportunity to end this. Oh boy, what a fold.
But honestly, it's a spot where if I'm Artyom, I put chips in expecting to lose, right? Like, I'm not happy about having to call there. I just be like, oh, great, here's where I let him back in the match after having such a huge lead. I would just put the chips in expecting to lose. So he decided to not do that. And I think I would love to hear them talk about this hand because I think he probably is beat there a lot.
A ton. Absolutely, that's just a bluff spot that almost nobody takes. That's kind of why I realized, like, hey, I don't really know what I'm supposed to be bluffing there, which means I'm bluff deficient, and that's a very safe assumption about the vast majority of people on four flush boards. And so if Artisan isn't as familiar with Nick's game, I can see how he came to the conclusion that he needs to fold there. It's just one of those things where, if you grind a lot of solvers, training software and things like that, they really push this idea into your head that when you get to rivers with a certain, it's as far up in your range as that Jack of Diamonds was, like, it might seem gross, but just click the call button. That's kind of a lot of what solvers reinforce in your thought process, to not try and outguess your opponent's tendencies too much and just default to more so your relative hand strength. But especially when your opponent's excellent, like Nick Petrangelo's the last guy I want to outguess, and we have seen how well a job I've done of trying to outguess him here today, and it's proof to the point that you should probably just trust whatever a computer says against these kind of guys.
It's another one of those spots where if our team were to lose this, he's going to be kicking himself for the rest of his life. And Nick, I don't know. I feel like if I make the call there and I'm wrong, I'm okay with it. But if if I don't make the call and I'm wrong, I feel like I made a huge mistake and I'm going to be giving it up. Now, if he sees this and, after the delay that he's done that, it's just going to be one of those things that I don't know that I'd be able to get over. Like, I feel
if he loses, it's going to haunt him.
Yeah, right.
Okay, here, I would expect Nick to raise. And I would think Artyom goes to a flop with the suited queen. Finds bottom pair. think Nick will bet. Again, I haven't done a great job guessing at his tendencies. I can see mixing, but I think this hand wants to bet a little more than it wants to check. And as it turns out, Artseam is exactly the kind of hand that he wants to bet his hand against. A 3 or a 6 with very few outs going forward. Artisan would have 5 outs. That is a pretty good card for Nick. This stage, I have to think he is, if he's going to bet, it is with the intention of not folding. So he decides to check. I can't imagine he's going to fold to any action, but I would also think that Artisan with bottom pair here will also check. Sometimes you see people bet these type hands for protection, but I don't see that happening here too often. I'm wrong again.
I was thinking the same thing you were. There's not as much to protect against when you're already on the turn. You only have one more card to fade.
And a decent amount of Nick's, like checking range is stuff that is made a pair. There's some check and give ups, which is kind of what you're betting against, but when you see bets flops, checks turn, some of it has made a pair.
Now Nick's made a straight on the end here. Gotta feel pretty confident about that hand now.
And I was gonna say he might lead because he has the 7 of spades, which is gonna be a key bluffing card for Artisan. So he blocks some of his bluffs. Well, I mean a 7 would be a straight here. Sorry, what am I talking about? But also just Artisan is gonna have, with his sizing on the turn, a decent amount of like weak to middling showdown value that's betting turn and then wants to check back river. And so I don't think that Nick can anticipate Artisan doing very much betting for him on the river. So I like his lead very much there. And no surprise that it doesn't get called. And we're just about even here. We might watch Nick storm back into this with a huge bluff and then just kind of take over.
And if I'm Art here, I'm clicking the deal button. Deal.
That would be such a compliment. I don't know if I'd ever get over myself if Nick Petrangelo ever chopped something with me. I would tell everyone.
You guys been watching any NBA? You like anybody in the NBA going forward?
Nope. The hockey.
Nope. Hockey.
I'm watching the hockey, and I don't want any spoilers because I'm taping today's game. It's the first game of the playoffs. Started at noon my time today.
I would say, Matt, do not look at the Twitch chat because they are such good trolls.
No. Yeah. Shoot, now I can't even look at the Twitch anymore.
I actually placed a bet on the Golden Knights to win it, like whenever life was normal pre-pandemic, to win the whole thing. And now it seems like they have a shred of hope, right?
They are the #1 seed
they're
in the
a good
West,
team.
so that's good.
Yeah, they're a good team.
They're very good. Yes.
What kind of odds did you get, Jane?
They played a
really good ones. It was like a free bet in Jersey on one of the betting sites, and it was like a $50 free bet, and I just put it on that. I think it was like 12 or something to 1, maybe more.
12's very good.
I have to see.
Ooh,
I'm not a sports betting person.
Us either, right, Tony?
Never. Gambling in general, not really my thing.
All right, Nick's moved ahead of Artseam on the turn here with his paired 8. It's a fairly sizable bet.
It is actually. And Nick again picking up on the fact that his opponent is capped and unlikely to have an ace based on the history in this hand. Goes for big value there.
And Nick has moved into the chip lead.
I screwed up my vice presidential betting too. They announced Kamala Harris today, and I bet like everybody but her, you know, or not quite, but I just was like, all right, she's the favorite. I'm not gonna bet the shortest odds person. I kind of like the case a couple of these other candidates are making, and nope, you lose. All bets go back to the House.
They dragged that out a lot. That was.
They did
I
drag
heard
out,
that.
yeah.
I thought it leaked a while ago that Harris was the pick, and I was like, oh, I guess she's the pick, whatever. And then it was a month later, and they're still talking about it. I'm like, come on.
I guess, yeah, I missed that leak or whatever it was.
Yeah,
but
sorry.
Yeah. Okay, Nick with a couple of overcards and backdoors. Artisan with the second pair and backdoor of his own. I think if Nick were a little lower than Queen High, he might use this type of hand as a check raise, as we've seen in the past, but he may believe that his Queen High is actually good.
How much do you guys love the real names? Because I love it. I think it's adds so much value to streams and to even playing. It has to be great, right? And today we have the pictures here on this beautiful set that we have. It's pretty amazing to have the real names. I do love it. I think it's one of the great things that Party Poker does over other sites. So
Yeah,
happy to be a
big
part of
news
that.
too. Hendon Mob just released a press release a couple days ago saying that they were going to track all of the real names online tournaments. So you'll have a Hendon Mob of all your online results as long as your real name has been used in the tournament.
Petrangelo the flush draw. And Artsium with a pair of queens. Also a backdoor flush draw.
Mm-hmm.
Did you guys notice that Jake Schindler used Jacob Carl S was the name that showed up? And I was like, pretty smart. So that it's not readily apparent. It doesn't say like Jake Schindler. It was like, oh man, got to use the middle name. It doesn't fit in the screen. I was like, that's pretty, the dude's smart.
Interesting. Yeah. So wait, do you get to type out your own real name?
I don't know. Maybe when you register, it's whatever you're registered as. I'm not sure. So you could use George, and then maybe people won't know.
That's just it. Well, it could
your
just
real
be a
name?
simple legal name thing where they're like, you know, my real name is George Anthony Dunn, so that could like show up, and people might be like, oh, Tony thinks he's getting so tricky, and it's just like, nah, that's just the name on my birth certificate, you know.
Artsium led for 1.6 here.
And he got raised
river.
up. I don't. Huh. I like the sizing from Nick though. He's basically gone real big in hopes that Artsium has a king and is going to refuse to fold.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, he didn't go. I'm sorry, he didn't go that big relative to the pot size. I'm just kind of more so basing it on Artsium's bet size. But yeah, look at this. Nick Petrangelo, clear chip leader now.
This is a fairly big difference between first and second. It's about 130,000. And of course, the TOC seat for $15,000 added by Party Poker. It's going to be interesting. I know that Nick Petrangelo really wants to get on that Champions Cup, the Mike Sexton Champions Cup. Definitely one he can check off.
That's a pretty cool tribute.
Yeah.
To Mike Sexton. I was happy when I saw that because there's not a lot of like really, I don't know. I want to say there's not a lot, but he's one of the best ambassadors to the game who has like survived the test of time. He's one of the OGs, and it's great that that's gonna survive forever on that cup.
Yeah. And also, it's just like it's so fitting, you know, like the cup or the champions, you know, whatever you want to call it in major sports, is always named for a huge figure in that sport.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's the Lombardi Trophy, it's the O'Brien Trophy, right? Like, why wouldn't it be the Sexton Champions Cup? Like, yeah.
Well, I expect you to say that, Tony, as the new Mike Sexton.
This is true. I'm a little bit biased.
A little too early to call it the Tony Dunst Cup. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Art CM, Ace King. Just about even in chips now. Again, I'm still smashing that deal button. No response.
Dead even now. So Nick flops second pair here. RCM, you know, again, I'm not a heads-up specialist, but once we reach 40 blinds, it definitely strikes me as a depth where I would lean towards raising more than limping as my strategy, and especially with hands like an ace-9. So, you know, maybe I am the one in the dark here about just how deep you should be limping heads up. But if I'm Artyom, at this stack size, I'm probably taking a more aggressive strategy, and especially against someone who I don't expect to fare great against post-flop. I think we've definitely seen in this heads-up match that Nick is a step ahead. No offense to Artyom, but I mean, Nick's just playing lights out right now. You know, he's really showing why he's somebody that the high-stakes community has so much respect for. So if I'm Artyom, and I find, you know, the ace-9 caliber of hands, I'm raising and trying to build a pot pre-flop.
Speaking of heads-up experts, on the 2nd of September, event number 8 is the WPT Heads-Up Championship. It has a $500K guarantee and a $3,200 buy-in. Expect to see a very good field in that one.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, those 10K heads-up fields, those high-stakes heads-up fields, all those things are always a murderer's row.
It's kind of an ego contest, right? You have to have an ego, don't you, Tony, to be a great poker player?
Yes and no. I think to really push the nosebleeds, you probably should have some ego telling you that you're the best, and if you're not the best, then you intend to get there and dethrone anybody who's up there. But also, you do want a lot of detachment from ego in the career of playing poker and gambling for a living, because it's so easy for ego to delude you about your abilities and where you match up. So yeah, it's the classic poker answer, Matt. It depends.
I look at a guy like Jason Kuhn. You know, just has a ton of ego, but it's pretty, you know, he doesn't come off as a huge ego guy.
Yeah, exactly. There's you know, typically you would think of humility and ego as being mutually exclusive. You know, you just can't have both in one person being major traits. But for the top end poker players, you kind of have to have a lot of both. You have to have a lot of ego that pushes you to think like, I'm the best, I'm going to show all of them that I'm the best, and if I have to risk an enormous, I'm going to pause for
Look at this turn card. Yes.
Yeah. And it bringing a spade flush draw also makes it a little tougher on Artsium to get away. No, but he does.
He's been making great folds.
And one not so great fold.
And what,
Yeah.
At least he doesn't do what some people do.
Fold? Yeah.
I mean, it's a pretty good fold. I think some people just react to having made a bad fold and go, I'm never folding again.
Yeah.
I've definitely seen that before where you just like overcorrect in the other direction. But no, I thought that was a pretty good fold. Especially against an opponent like Pietrangelo, who's very capable of just being completely empty or turning a flush draw and deciding to take control of the hand. So yeah, folding second pair is kind of a big deal and heads up.
Nick's up to a new high stack now with 58 million.
Eights are just going to take it down.
I have an interesting bet I almost made, Tony, and I did not pull the trigger. I was trying to find a bet if Tom Brady would not play professional football again. And this is at the beginning of the pandemic. So I was like, well, what if this really is worse than everyone thinks? And if he just decides instead of going to Tampa Bay, if instead he wants to retire as a Patriot for his legacy and whatever else. I feel like now it's looking more reasonable.
I would have liked your bets on both stages, and in fact, Matt Savage and I have a bet on the football season where I bet that the Super Bowl will not have been played by the first weekend in May 2021. I'm essentially anticipating that the season gets canceled or delayed at least 3 months, and I am consistent in that belief. So your bet probably works. I think actually that your bet is a little more at risk because I think there's a decent likelihood that they play the first few weeks of the season before things unravel in such a way that their hand is forced towards some kind of postponement. Kind of like the situation we're seeing in baseball where a couple of teams have had COVID outbreaks and it seems like we came perilously close to the entire season being canceled, but that hasn't happened yet. I would anticipate the same with the NFL. Like they're going to start the season, no doubt. It's really a question of whether they can finish it.
Gotcha. I like your bet only because I think emotional hedging is smart. If you love football, you should bet against it starting again. So then at least you make money if you should be sad.
It's just
I can't wait to
$100,
make Matt Savage double sad.
Double sad.
Yeah, gonna make me double sad, that's for sure. But the other thing is, Jamie, is that Tom Brady will retire a Patriot no matter what. They'll sign him to a one-day contract and he'll retire as a Patriot, no matter what happens.
That's a good point.
Pietrangelo top pair, and the better spade as well. Artsium has a gut shot straight draw. And now makes a pair of eights.
And it looks like we'll probably see a bet and call on this river for a small amount. Same kind of thing where you want to, oh, Nick, man, he is so sick. He went big. What in the hell? How does he always know?
How is this-
Not only does he
I
like do
know.
things I don't expect, but they're always right. It's
Mhm.
crazy.
Honestly, I was impressed by even the small turn bet. I'm like, wow, he's getting a decent amount of value out of like one of the only hands he beats that will pay. And then he goes for it again because he's a boss, but not
Although,
getting paid on
in
that.
fairness, if King 8 is folding to your bet, it might be ambitious.
Maybe.
So, yeah, it just might be one of those things where Artisan is going to take all of his pairs that can't beat a 9 and treat them, how to put it. He's just like not going to call those hands for the big bet. I think he's going to treat the big bet as like, oh, he's either really, really, really big or bluffing. And I don't know, maybe that will result in him calling down a little wider for some players, but he hasn't really shown that so far. So, yeah, I was just surprised by the sizing. But
Yeah, I thought that was kind of a cool sizing though, because it really does look like then it really looks polarized. You think, okay, busted flush
Yeah.
draw or something, or absolutely nothing, and maybe an 8 looks it up and just goes, oh, okay, you're just the best, and you have me pit. Cool.
yeah, I guess what I'm saying is Artisan strikes me as a guy who might overfold to polarized bet sizing, particularly after we watched him fold the Jack of Diamonds. And so that is not a spot where with a medium strength hand, I would use polarized sizing to try and get value. However, I would think over the long term, in the guessing game of which sizing to use, Nick is going to fare a lot better than I am. It just, having watched Artisan play, he just didn't strike me as the guy who made a lot of thin calls against polarized sizing, but maybe Nick has a read.
Mhm.
RCM turns a straight draw here. Nick up to, again, his biggest stack of the tournament so far, 56 million.
Where did he come in the final table in chips again?
He was in.
He had 32
One,
big
two.
ones. He was right in the middle of the pack, 4th of 7.
Yeah, 4th of 7.
Tied
that is
with
correct.
3rd. Yeah.
He has 6.2 million in online earnings and 17.5 in live earnings.
Yeah, that does sound about right. Nick, one of the biggest winners in both arenas. I'm not sure where 17 million ranks in the all-time earnings list, and to be honest, it's kind of been distorted by super high roller wins. But 17 million is a ton. Most of the mid-stakes grinders who have been around that long are lower 7 figures. People would have between maybe 500,000 and 5 million in cashes. So at the point you're talking about 17 million, you're in a very different tier.
Yeah, I'm starting to think he's maybe kind of good. Around the 15 million mark,
Yeah.
you're like, guy probably knows what
Yeah.
he's doing.
Probably, But the tricky thing about going off of total cashes is someone could, in fact, be a losing player and have tons in total cashes. They just have even more in total buy-ins. Or, they do a ton in total buy-ins and they're up against the best in the world. Like, I'm sure there are some guys who only play really, really high stakes. And, yeah, against, the best in the world, they're a losing player. And so if you were to run the math, you find out that they're a losing player. But if you were to just knock them down, a peg or two in stakes, they become a winner very quickly. It's just the money isn't interesting to them. Like, I don't mean to single him out, but somebody that I'm thinking of like that is like Talal Shakari. I mean, all he does is play the very highest stakes, and all he does is play against the best in the world. But he's a really good player. So my guess is he's probably losing money against the best in the world. And if you looked at his results, maybe he's a losing player. But if you put him in, instead of 300Ks, you make him play a bunch of, 3Ks and 5Ks and stuff like that. we might see that he's got really excellent results in terms of ROI.
Yeah, that's an interesting flip side of the coin from the sometimes complaining that poker players do about the high rollers. Pads people's earnings and all that. But yeah, you're right. It's the toughest fields in the world. So the people who don't have a ton of time to play poker, but maybe they're wealthy businessmen or whatever, who throw their money into those events, they might be great players. Just they're playing the best people all the time.
Yeah, and if you are trying to improve along the way, imagine what that does for your game.
Sure.
To just constantly be battling the best. Now, not too much happening with both players having high card hands and no diamonds here. So looking likely that we get checked down to the river. 10 doesn't change anything. Oh, maybe Nick wants to bluff. There's 13 blinds out there, and he doesn't have a lot of showdown value. And thus far, he's done a great job of sensing when his opponent is kind of capped and turning his hands into bluffs when need be. So will he do that again?
And he does. Wow.
What a clinic we are seeing.
Oh, boy. Amazing.
I want to see if there's ever a day where he does all this and it's always wrong. Just one day. Like, show me a lowlights reel where he's just like 12 million. They're like nuts. I've never seen it. I've commented on him a decent amount. Just always the right move.
It's weird, but I would kind of love to see that from a few different players. Like, whenever I'm trying to learn a skill and I am studying some of the best in the world, it always feels like, oh, they make it look so easy. They never screw up. They never lose. They never guess wrong. And every now and then there are skills where somebody will assemble a low light reel and you can watch that and you're like, oh my God, like they're human. Like they go through all the same things that I do. I actually think it's really healthy sometimes when you're trying to pursue something super challenging to see someone you admire just get destroyed at it and be like, okay, right. You know, like that can happen to anybody.
Mm-hmm.
We love that as golfers in the golf tournament when they play like the U.S. Open and it's so hard and they're shooting.
How
10
amazing was that? What was the player's highlight? That dude, what the F? You know,
yeah,
who was it
great.
that did that?
I think it was Brooks, wasn't it?
It was one of the best players in the world. No.
Yeah, Brooks Koepka.
No, it wasn't
Koepka.
All the time. He does, but the one where they got him, and it was so perfect. It was almost like something out of our cartoon. He like takes the shot and just full arms out. Dude, you've got to be effing kidding me! And like the mic was just perfect. The sound quality was crystal. And it was such a stark contrast because golf is always very, it's always very stuffy, and it's Jim Nance talking about, oh, the trees look beautiful today, and there they are, oh, classy as ever. Look at him as he approaches the green, and then you just got him out there, dude, you gotta be effing kidding me, and I'm like, yeah, this is what I came for.
Great. That's like Happy Gilmore.
Yes. Yeah, that's exactly it.
Or Ricky Fowler whiffing a putt to miss the cut by one.
Yeah.
Did you see that one? Yeah.
I honestly, like, that's compelling. Golf. I can watch golf. Okay, cool, fun, but it's so stuffy. It has the same problem as baseball. Like, I don't know a single golfer's personality the same way I don't know a single baseball player's personality. And these moments where we really get to see it, even if it's frustration, I think it's great. Whereas if Artisan bets his hand, he's going to be frustrated because Nick's got trips.
Yeah.
And it doesn't look like Nick is going to get any extra out of Artisan here with just the 7 high. But yeah, I love moments like that. I think, some Golf Digest magazine wrote an article about, they're ruining the prestige of the game. Oh no. And meanwhile, that was probably the most viral clip of a golf tournament in maybe like years, outside of, Tiger Woods hugging his son or something after winning Augusta. Like they probably like, dude, F this was like number 2 or something.
I liked Ryan DePaulo, who won the bracelet from the Whole Foods parking lot. I really liked his story and liked him just yelling. It's like 7 a.m. in New Jersey somewhere, and he's going, "Oh my God!" just screaming. Yeah. And he made a big vlog post about it. I'm like, this is great. Like I think that level, like it's like positive and fun. It made poker seem fun. I'm like, you're playing from your Mitsubishi in a Whole Foods parking lot. It doesn't sound fun until you actually win the bracelet. But I don't know,
Yeah.
just that kind of emotion is awesome.
RCM
You do
blocked
love
two pair
to see
here,
it.
and Nick has a backdoor straight and flush draw. So there
Oh,
is
boy.
a good card for Nick.
RCM, with it being a 4 straight board, he probably won't get stacked, but he's going to lose some chips. And Nick might just call here, having the flush draw. I think that if he didn't have the flush draw as well, he would often raise and look to just build this pot with the flush draw. He's just got this board so caged, but maybe not. There you go. I was going to say maybe not because he also unblocks all of the pairs, which is really important for getting paid here.
RCM could go for it here,
And
don't you think? Or no? No?
But the other thing is
like-
his opponent can have an 8 and should just never get away. No, Artseam can never shove. That would be like an insane torch. But he might just call and then just like shrug and call down. I don't know though, because you lose to an 8, you lose to King Queen, you have the literal bottom 2 pair outside of 9-7, which isn't very likely. So yeah, nice fold,
Makes the
Artseam.
fold. Wow.
Yeah, I
You
thought
guys
Nick
are-
might be raising there, just hoping that he has an 8 and not wanting any spare card to peel on the river.
Is there any chance that we don't know who RCM is and he's some online crusher and all of a sudden, because we see his real name, we don't know who he is? Is that possible?
Considering the 6-5 offsuit call, you told me no. That's just like I don't mean that as a snarky comment or anything like that. It's just a play that a professional never makes. That he just never. So no.
Okay.
Yeah.
But in general, I think he's playing really well just from the start. I thought when he was starting the final table for the first 2 hours, his foot was on the gas, and he took advantage of every single opportunity he had to put pressure on people who were worrying about ICM when he was the chip leader. He really did. He padded his stack an extra 10 or 20 million from the beginning. It's great. He also didn't go ham with it. I think that's where like the really good players separate themselves from the person who just goes, oh, I have the chip lead, like, let's go, and they're always on go. I feel like he didn't take any of those spots that someone who's just trying to like bulldoze people would take. And it worked out really well for him as he's heads up now for almost $500,000.
Yeah, and another thing to consider is if it is the opposite, which is he satellited in and is playing for stakes that are very unusual for him, it might be once he got some chips at this final table, his goal was to ladder. Like it might be that laddering into third or something is, a crazy life-changing amount of money for him, in which case mission very much accomplished. You just never really can be sure exactly what somebody's goals are entering the final table, where, certainly as a professional poker player, I'm always thinking about, well, how do I maximize my equity? And after that, how do I maximize my win equity? How do I make sure that I end up taking this down? Whereas plenty of people reach final tables and they think, okay, $100,000 fixes all my life problems for a long time. So mission 1 is locking up $100,000. After that, we'll worry about winning.
It is kind of the downside of not having the live final table, is that we don't get to interview them and see what they're all about. We really don't know what RCM's story is, which is, it's just another layer that we don't usually see from a live WPT final table. So not that I hate it. I think it adds some intrigue for sure.
We should have Zoom interviews. That would be really cool, actually, after the whole series is over, to just have Zoom interviews with all the winners and just get their stories. Because especially, I always want to hear from.
You haven't been watching.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I have one tomorrow.
You have one tomorrow?
Been interviewing.
Oh, sorry.
Yes. Come on, Jamie.
It's so hard. I played, like Tony, I've played so much poker the last month or 6 weeks that honestly, I'm like, I'm just going to rewatch The Wire before I watch any more poker for a little while. Because I feel like I have only been thinking about poker. Yeah, it's crazy. I love poker, but after playing every day, you really do need like a minute. But I'm sorry I missed your interview.
I mean, yeah.
All right,
I'll let it slide this time because I agree with you. It's like I play poker all the time, and then I work and I do commentary poker, and then someone's like, "Hey, watch this poker thing," and I'm like, no, don't make me like. You're just, my roommates will be like playing Chinese. They'll be like, "You want to play Chinese?" And I'm like, "No, I'm off of work. Don't make me work." Both players with a pair here. Third pair for Artisan. Second pair for Nick. Artisan gonna lose a little bit here, betting into Nick's superior pair. But I don't think there's any river that really causes him.
I was expecting both of them to kind of just want to show it down without putting much more in the pot. Were you a little surprised a 10 would bet?
I was, yeah. I don't think there's a lot of value to be had there without, especially with your junkie kicker. Maybe he's betting a little bit for protection and stuff, but I just think it's a bit too thin. I don't think it's quite the kind of hand that we want to be betting there. Nick Petrangelo has now a 4-1 lead on Artisan, more than 4-1. We're getting in the territory where Nick is going to start open shoving on him pretty soon. Like even King 9 is probably right in the border of, calling, shove. I think, probably without the big blind ante, you're going to see more calling. With the big blind ante, my guess is Nick would have just ripped it with the 2.5 blinds out there.
Is there anything to be said for just keeping pot small? If you feel like you have the edge over your opponent of just like do the death by paper cuts, if you feel like if this match lasts 2 more hours, you win it 95% of the time, of just minimizing variance and just seeing more flops from Petrangelo's
problem. So you make a good point, but the problem is being too confident in your ability to predict how the match will play out. Like saying, "Oh, as long as we keep this going another couple hours, I'm going to win 95% of the time." Like maybe, but like that's you're way overshooting it. If you're up against the kind of opponent who's exceedingly weak, passive, straightforward, we do actually. I'm going to pause because we might just see stacks go in. Because on this texture, Artisan, Artisan kind of wants to get money in on this flop. He doesn't really love Nick seeing a bunch of cheap turns. On a brick turn, I would think Artisan just bets and...
Wow.
Oh, that's not a brick. Not a brick. That said, we've seen Artisan do a little bit of mergey stuff, like betting that 10-5 in the last hand, so he might merge himself a little bit. I guess people don't use the term merge as much anymore. Now they call it value cutting.
Wow.
And that is going to happen. And look, heads up, I get it. I don't think this is, some insane punt here. Actually, I think that you should expect to be ahead quite a bit.
Ooh, Nick's making
and
just
Nick
a call here.
very wisely called. Yeah, Nick really just doesn't have much reason to jam himself on the turn. He's just got Artisan completely caged here. River is interesting. Now I expect Artisan checks. Your opponent can have flushes, can have a jack. Certainly has a bunch of jack and 1 spade hands. So yeah, like Artisan's check there on the river. And as we see, he is going to have under 10 blinds going forward. And I believe we are about to take a break here, so we will see whether Artisan can put it together after this.
Life don't change until you change. We're all different but the same. We work hard and then we play. Life's a party, so enjoy yourself.
Vince and I are joined by the newest member of the WPT Champions Club, Gavin Cochran. He took down the World Online Championships 8 Max event just this week, winning over $500,000.
Oh, Lynn, this is so exciting for you, Gavin. You not only took home $540,000, you're going to win a beautiful Hublot titanium watch. You'll win a set of everyday Baccarat tumblers. How are you feeling right now?
Man, I feel great, and I honestly didn't know about all these extra prizes. The watch, the Baccarat crystal, the entry into the Tournament of Champions, name etched onto the trophy, so I'm absolutely buzzing right now. It's amazing. You know, I'm so happy to see the World Poker Tour online for the first time. To be able to play in my own home is great, and you know, I really hope it's not the last one that we see online.
Well, congratulations, Gavin.
Cheers guys, I'm overwhelmed. Thank you.
Hey, Matt Savage here on my favorite golf hole in the entire world, number 16 at Pasatiempo. And while I'm not at home to do the Savage Beats segment, I do have a special guest this week looking to fill in who's taken some Savage Beats of his own. Next up, Jamie Staples.
Hello everyone, my name is Jamie Staples and I am incredibly honored to be guest hosting the Savage Beat of the Week. Unfortunately, I am the star of these 4 clips. Let's jump into the action. So we're gonna kick it off here, and I am in the bubble of a $3,200 satellite right now. I am the shortest stack in the tournament, but 26 pay, 25 get a full seat. All I need is to win with the King Jack. How could I not win with the King Jack, right? It's a beautiful hand, it's folded around to me. What are the odds that the big blind has a better hand than me? What are the chances? Jonathan P calling with the Queen 6, Queen 9-5 on the flop. I need a 10. I need a 10 to survive, and no. And that, unfortunately, is your bubble of the week. Picking up the action in the $3,200 8 max, I have 3-bet pre-flop and I have flopped a set of jacks. This is the dream situation. I could be up against ace king, I could be up against ace queen, I could be up against all sorts of hands here. We go for the c-bet, we get a call. Beautiful 6 of diamonds on the turn. My opponent has 90,000 left. There's no problems here. All the chips, they're going in the middle. What could go wrong? It's still, honestly, it's been a week. I'm recording this a week later. You can't, that's not okay, poker gods. That's not okay. In a 3,200 championship event buy-in of the WPT WOC, no, thank you. That is your sunken boat of the week. Back to the $3,200 8 max. I'm sitting a little shorter now after that tragedy. I pick up the nut flush draw against Michael Caine with Patrick Leonard in the pot as well. Loving this hand, need to pick up some chips, and I decide I think it's time we go with this. I mean, ace-6 of diamonds pretty good. Nut flush draw. Maybe I can get him to fold something like a straight draw or you know, a small pair that might bet here. So we're gonna go for the raise. Put it in to 48,000. What are you gonna do, Michael? Michael Caine gets it in. We got the ace-6 of diamonds, but boom, on the turn, it's the 7. The full house, flush on the river, but it doesn't matter. It's not good enough. That is your flushed away moment of the week. And now to the $320 mini championship event where I pick up pocket jacks. Hopefully I'm gonna fare better in this one than the 3,200. We 3-bet it to 36,000 against Powell Brzezinski. Powell sitting there thinking, deciding what to do. I've lived this moment. I know what Powell's gonna do. Powell's not folding. That's a spoiler for you guys. This is not gonna be a fold as we're flashing back to the 3,200 in real time. But here it is, Powell putting in the chips in a moment here. There it is, all in with the jacks. We call it off. 33 blinds against ace queen. Big spot, big moment, big flip in a big tournament. 6 of hearts, fade it. No. King of hearts. I got the clap going on there. I got the clap going on. Wasn't happy about that, and that is your flip of the week. So that's a pretty good summary, I think, of my 3,200 and my 320 8 max championship this week on Party Poker, but incredibly excited to keep going in this series. Savage Beats of the Week, loving this series. Matt Savage, thank you so much for inviting me to guest host this week, but until next time, we'll see you later.
At Party Poker, we think poker should be fair as well as fun. Not like some of these guys letting predators get out of control. So unfair. You don't even stand a chance. It's like us getting in the ring with a boxing heavyweight. This is a David and Goliath situation. We're all Davids now. You know what that means. It's time for us to kick some Goliath butt. Yeah, you better stop it, all right? It's on. You love fair poker? Join Party.
And we are back to heads up play. As you can see, Petrangelo has taken about a 6-1 lead over Artyom Prostak, and they're playing for 368K for second, 494K for first prize, including a 15K added Party Poker seat to the Tournament of Champions, a set of everyday Baccarat tumblers, and a Hublot Classic Fusion Titanium watch worth $7,500. So a lot to play for in this heads up match.
700,000, 1.4 million with the ante of 175. It's getting serious now.
Artisan down to 8 blinds now after that. Not a great run for him there. We talked about whether that fold with the Jack of Diamonds will haunt him, and it just might be the case.
So is he in shove mode here now? He just did shove with Queen 8?
Yeah, I think so. Right around 10 blinds, you stop to seeing much in the way of raising, a little bit of limping, but for the most part, it's going to be push fold. You do see him limp the 8-2 suited there, so certainly some limp still in his game. Not much happening on this Queen at 10-7 2-diamond flop. I think this flop slightly favors Artisan, as he is the one that voluntarily put money into the pot, and there's enough Broadway connecting cards out there that, that should connect with his range a little bit better than the random 2 cards in Nick's. So Artisan decides to represent that he is connected with the board, takes a little stab, and takes it down.
Yeah, I agree with you. He also has traps in his range. I would expect on a 10 big blind stack that he would be trying to limp and induce shoves from with very strong hands, and Nick obviously would not have very strong hands with not shoving.
Nick does flop a pair of queens here. Control and in position. Artyom makes a call.
I think that I will say that any limp pot 10 blinds deep, blind versus blind, everybody gets to just pretend the ace isn't there. That is something that I've learned grinding solvers a fair bit, and it makes a lot of sense, right? Because if either player had an ace, they probably would have jammed pre-flop at this stack size, so both players basically treat the ace as though it were invisible.
I like that. It's a fun way of putting it to remember. Because I think, what Savage was saying before, which I understand, you on the king 8-8, you have queens, you go, king. Like, I guess that guy just has it. And then in heads up, you're like, your hand still has so much value. They have such a wide range.
Oh, yeah. Nick will likely shove here. Decides to go with the small raise instead of the shove.
Does the job, wins the pot.
Ooh, Artisan with the ace king suited.
Yeah, that's.
Yep, Nick's getting called. Now he needs to find a 4.
Also a backdoor straight for Nick on that flop.
Only a 4 now. An ace for Artisan. So back to 16 blinds. King 10. Again, the kind of hand quality we're facing, a limp. Nick may just rip. Nope, just checks it.
He's just needling you at this point, Tony.
I'm like 0 for 5 or something like that.
Yeah.
At least I hedged a little bit with some of them. I was like, he might do this, he might do that. And then some of them I was then like, he's going to do this. And then he does the opposite. And I'm like,
Yeah. I was thinking about just disagreeing with you every time you predict his action so that I sound really smart. Just kidding.
RTM picks up a double gutter here. Decides to go with it for 3.9 million, and that'll win the pot. RTM in this event for just $320. He won his way in through a satellite. Lots of satellites on Party Poker for all the events. All the championship events have satellites as well. So if you're in for just a little bit, you can get in to these big life-changing events for a little money on these satellites.
I really missed that. When I was in New Jersey, I could play on Party NJ, and they were satelliting people into WPTs. So then not only could you win your seat, but then there were a ton of people who would never be playing a 3,500 who got in for $100 or something. So like the field actually became amazing at Borgata as well.
I'm looking forward to our next big Borgata tournament. I miss those. Those are great events.
I'm homesick. That's like my home base too. I really miss going there.
RCM loving this flop. 2 pair, aces and 4s, top 2.
Okay. Nick appeals the flop, makes second pair. We do go to a river, and Nick does not improve. So, RCM will likely put a big old bet out there on the river. I'm going to try one more prediction. I say he doesn't get paid off. Bold, bold, I know.
I think it depends on sizing. I think if he goes like 9 million, Nick's just going to fold. Wow, huge.
Yeah, he went big.
You broke the spell, Tony.
Finally.
RCM creeping his way back up there, up to 23 bigs.
I'll be right back there, guys. 1 sec.
So RCM does flop a pair here of sevens. Decides to check. Nick checks behind with his queen three. Turn card is a 4.
Nice possibilities for RCM here with the double gutter and a pair.
The bet of 2.1 million gets this pot. He's up to 35.6 million.
He's got a stack comfortable enough now where he can put in some raises. He doesn't just have to limp. King 5 off strong enough to do that.
Yeah. 4 in a row for RCM. 4 in a row at this stage of the tournament will get you right back in it.
This 9 is going to be in a world of trouble if they hit one.
3 hearts. And Nick has the king of hearts as well. Our team raises a 2.8 million. Nick Petrangelo with a 9-8 of diamonds makes the call. Ace 9, 7 on the flop, 1 diamond. Nick flops a pair of 9s, and Artsium makes a bet to 1.7 million. Nick makes the call, a jack on the turn.
And Artsium has to decide if he just wants to shut this one down. He did take 1 stab on the flop, but this board's pretty ugly for anything Nick would have called with. Yeah, he makes a good check behind. I was going to say, Tony, if he finds some teeny value bet there, knowing he's against a king high, I would just lose it.
Yeah. Although I guess there's at least a worse pair to bet against there.
Yeah.
So you can kind of see how it happens, but yeah, he certainly has been. He's just been right on point at outguessing Artsium and making the exact move as though he could see Artsium's cards in a bunch of hands.
See a very rare walk there for Nick.
Yeah, I wondered earlier, around 20 blinds deep, what does Nick do with 5-2 offsuit? He does call. Okay, so it seems as though he plays a, basically 100% VPIP, as we say, 100% voluntarily put money into the pot when he's heads up 20 blinds deep. But not much for Nick on King Jack 8.
While this very small pot is being checked, I just noticed all the sponsors lining the table. This is the cutest set ever. Whoever designed this is awesome.
Yeah.
So no thin value from Artyom on this river. Just gonna try and bluff cast against Nick. Nick has a pretty decent hand to turn into a bluff. He's got a spade blocker. He has literally the nut low outside of 3 deuce. So Nick deciding to take this spot sounds about right. And he does get it through against Artyom.
Yeah, Artyom has not been very sticky, huh? He kind of, I thought that one might have gotten caught just because of the passive way that the hand was played. That I think, you're kind of inducing the bluff, maybe. The sizing, though, Nick's picking really good sizing that's hard to pick off.
That's right.
Uh-oh. Both players flop top pair here. Nick has a kicker that does play.
No. Artyom has 2 pair.
Artyom has 2 pair. Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah.
And Nick does have the backdoor flush. Yeah.
Pretty easy to look past the deuce, though. Nick with some backdoor spades or 6 or oh boy, never mind. Now he just needs the case queen for a chop. That's it. That's his only out. But in all likelihood, it's just going to go bet, call, shove, call. And I don't think the 10 of diamonds in the river is enough deterrent to stop Nick from calling a shove here for less than pot. So I do expect Artisan to double up.
Yep, it actually makes you like your queen 7 slightly more. You're now chopping with queen 8 and queen 9 if you were worried about that.
Did leave 192K behind. I mean, what kind of fold would this be if you were to make it?
I mean, oh man. Oh man.
Oh my god. Really?
How
What
good?
the hell?
How is this possible? Jeez.
I do not understand.
I really
Tony Dunst.
hope-
Tell me. Tell me.
I don't understand it either. All I can think is I hope nobody shows Artyom this hand history. He's just gonna be shook. Like,
Oh, all in.
hmm.
King 9.
Huh. Whoa. I guess it was that I'm trying to think. It must have been a hand where Nick limped and Artyom checked, which kept the deuces in Artyom's range. That's the only way I can see that as being a thing. Otherwise, I'm just not quite sure how he got to the fold there. But if you're facing an opponent with 2 random cards out of the big blind and you're saying, hey, this guy like never bluffs, never puts in a whole bunch of money unless he's dead certain of his hand, you're basically, I mean, like, I'll put it like this. That was a very disrespectful fold from Nick. He's not making that fold against, I'm serious, that's the way that I've heard, top end players describe hands like that. It's basically you're saying, I think that you are very bluff deficient in this spot, and I'm so confident of that I'm going to fold a really big hand to you. Like, Nick didn't say anything in the chat, but watching that hand, he called Artisan a nit. Now Artisan now with the opportunity at a flush. Picks up 8. So now has Nick drawing dead here.
He can't bet here, right, Tony?
Can't bluff this
Who is
one,
that?
right?
I mean, again, he finds himself in a spot where he has absolutely no showdown value and he has a relevant blocker. So there he goes. And this time,
Snap call.
yeah, the fact that Artyom has folded some other spots where he was higher up in relative hand strength and then snap called that spot really makes me think that Artyom is allowing his emotions to influence his decision making. I don't quite know how
I would have
else.
let that one hit the muck because I have 2 spades in my hand. I'm hoping that Nick is bluffing with a busted spade draw. So having the 2 spades is actually like pretty terrible if you're trying to bluff catch there. But he might just have gotten information about how many hands he's been bluffed off of and thought, you know, maybe he's giving Pietrangelo way more bluffs now than he did in the beginning of the match.
And Artyom's back in the chip lead.
Because to me, you know, the Jack of Diamonds hand seems like a more clear call than that one. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Turn raise plus river jam, super strong. It's a lot different from facing just one big bet on the river. But yeah, I agree with all your analysis there, Jamie. I am not feeling super confident with my 8 in that spot. And I think the speed is a little bit telling as well. Like if I'm in a call there, I'm going to think this over. You know, I'm going to think this over, and then okay, I think the following hand thing could happen. It was just like snap instant, which makes me think that it was a much more emotional decision. Okay, with the flush draw here, Pietrangelo is going to bet out. And I would think we'll be able to take this down. Yes, he will.
Just about even in chips once again.
Yeah, Tony, that hand just now with the snap call, if I were watching it live, I would just assume that there was some kind of live tell I didn't pick up on. You know, because like the patterns and the hand selection, I would think it would lean toward a fold. But now we know there's like really not, unless there's timing tells that I'm not picking up on. Really, it's just the hands that we're watching being played. And yeah, it could just be, I mean, look, we all have emotions when we're playing. There's a huge amount of money on the line. And it could just be that feeling when you feel like you're being run over in a heads-up match leads to that like snap call, like, screw you, dude, call. It feels good when you're right.
It really does. It does, actually. Let's see. Pietrangelo going to raise a queen 7 suited into Artyom's king 9. And Artyom chooses this as a hand to 3-bet bluff. I think I would probably use a slightly worse hand than this. King 9 is still pretty playable post-flop. So in these heads-up spots, I often choose a slightly worse hand and size up a bit bigger because I want to sort of force my opponent into a, you know, jam or fold decision. Here, I would assume Artyom is going to bet, and Pietrangelo can't go anywhere. You know, Pietrangelo is certainly going to call with his second pair. Maybe put the money in, but I don't think so with second pair there, and he does make the call. And this is a decision card. I mean, if Artyom wants to sell the story that he's got an overpair, that deuce would not do anything to deter him. However, it's also a card where it's, you know, you're never getting a 10 to fold, and you may or may not get a 7 to fold. So you do see Artyom check there. Looks like he's probably giving up on this hand, and I don't know. I was going to say, I don't know if Nick will opt for check or bet, but I think most players end up checking as he did. And then a jack on the river doesn't change anybody's hand strength. Artism does have the blockers to stuff like 8-9. And no showdown value should he choose to go for this.
Does he overbet jam this ever? No. I'm always rooting for the hero play.
It would have been a reasonable combo to use, right? You block, say, your opponent getting cute with kings or something like that. You block 8-9. You have no showdown value. Oh, here we go. So
I like the just call for the reasons you stated last hand with the king 9. Is like you really don't want to be 3-betting and then folding hands like that. It's like you love peeling flops with king 10 suited, especially now.
Especially now, when it comes 10-10 deuce.
What a flop too. Again, this, king 10 suited, king jack suited, king queen suited. These are hands when you're in the big blind facing a button raise, 20, 25 blinds deep. There are a lot of worse hands that are jammed, stuff like 10-9 suited, jack 10 suited, but then you keep the ability to make top pairs that dominate your opponent by calling with some of the suited ones, plus they're very playable post flop. So a little of that is crossing over into the situation for Nick. And a spade on the turn will actually give Artis some check.
Yeah.
Pretty uncomfortable spot to be in with the queen high flush draw and an ace here. I don't really know what I would do. The stack size is pretty awkward, right, for facing 8.3 million. You're putting yourself in
I think it would end up
kind of
calling,
precarious.
as he did.
Yeah.
There
I just think the size.
good.
Oh God, so unlucky.
Hey, it's been real, y'all.
Yeah, it's been fun. I enjoyed your company.
It's thanks for tuning in. Especially with the queen of spades, I just can't imagine folding.
Yeah.
Yep. So, congrats to Nick Petrangelo, our newest WPT winner. Played an awesome final table, super impressed, kept us on our toes. Sucks that we have to fight him in the TOC now, but it is what it is.
Congratulations,
Yeah, 400.
Nick. Also, congratulations to RTM for a great run there off that $320 satellite. Another WPT champion and a great one in Nick Petrangelo.
Yeah, $494,550 to go along with all the prizes. And $368K for second place, not so bad from a $320 satellite.
So for Jamie Kerstetter, Tony Dunst, I'm Matt Savage. We're signing off. We will see you next time on the final table.
Take care, everyone.
Phil Ivey is all in.
All in.
All in.
All in.
All in. Yes, I call.
We're going down to the river.
It's a 5 of spades. It's over. Tony Dunst has done it. Pino Ream is now a 2-time WPT champion. Bill Ivey has done it.
Mike Sexton done it.
At Party Poker, we think poker should be fair as well as fun. Not like some of these guys letting predators get out of control. So unfair. You don't even stand a chance. It's like us getting in the ring with a boxing heavyweight. This is a David and Goliath situation. We're all Davids now. You know what that means. It's time for us to kick some Goliath butt. Yeah, you better stop it, all right? It's on. You love fair poker? Join Party.
but the same. We work hard and then we play. Life's a party, yeah. So enjoy yourself.